Some say Stadia, some say Stadia, some say Mortis. Take your pick. Anyway, hello. Hi, everybody.
Hello, everyone.
Hey, everyone. Hi.
Welcome
We're joined
to the
today
show.
on the Castle Super Beast podcast by one Gene Park of the Washington Post. Say, hope everybody be nice to him, audio listeners that can't interact with him at all.
Right?
I don't know what I'm doing.
Hey, welcome to the show. Glad to have you. You're actually in Washington, where the Post is, right?
Yes, I am posted in DC, where all the good stuff is happening these days.
Oh, I
Okay.
heard it's very nice there, full of friendly people all of the time.
Yeah. Our tourist market has been booming lately. So,
Okay.
I'm sorry, I didn't even mean to say any of that crap.
Hello. Hey, you know what you signed up for. So,
That's true. That's true.
welcome aboard. So, important first question. Would you consider yourself a Sigma male?
Oh my
Oh.
god.
Are you familiar with the
I-
newfound results?
The ultimate male type?
The
Yeah,
rarest
yeah.
male type.
Isn't that just like Chad? Isn't it just a different version of Chad, right?
It's not just a Chad. The Sigma male is new. It's new tech. You see, it's the lone wolf variation of the alpha male. So the John
It defies
Wick,
the social structure.
the true rare male type is the alpha male that is a lone wolf on his own, wearing suits and chasing after money and his own pace. And he's the coolest and strongest and doesn't scared of nothing. And he could be an alpha if he wanted. That's the biggest, most important point. He could be an alpha if he wanted to be, but he chooses to be Sigma.
I think the most important part of the Sigma male is that it is a male type that just happens to be going their own way.
Happens.
Be.
Look, there's many ways the Sigma could have wandered, and it just happened to decide to go its own way. Yes.
When I hear Sigma, all I think about is Mega Man X. That's it. I'm sorry.
Oh yeah,
That's,
absolutely.
I mean, that's
So
not
I'm
wrong
probably
either.
not. I'm
Okay.
probably not when I immediately think about the Mega Man X villain. So
I think the saddest thing is that there was like a single day where that Sigma male shit just was poisoning my timeline.
YouTube
And
videos. I
every
think.
single photo I saw was of Keanu Reeves as
Yes.
John Wick.
Yes.
oh yeah.
Yeah. It's always a picture of John Wick and that face and that look of like, fuck the world, I'm gonna do whatever it takes, I'm gonna choose my own path and do my own thing and get my money. And I could be an alpha with all the other girls as I wanted, but I choose to be the lone wolf. Yeah.
He got a wife, but he did get his money though. He did get his money and his wife. He just got him in the game, right? That was the whole thing.
Well, he was an alpha, but then his wife died, and he didn't get a new wife. Then he became the Sigma.
He
became
became
Sigma after
Sigma.
his wife died.
Yes.
After his wife and his dog died, and then he decided, okay, I'm going to choose my own way. But he's not choosing money though, right?
Well, after
He's choosing-
Magma Dragoon betrayed everybody and Chill Penguin showed up on the scene, then the day of Sigma occurred and John Wick made his choice.
It was Quickman. It was Quickman that did it.
I can't
Or
handle
Chill
the
Penguin.
idea of like X and Zero arguing which one of them is a beta or which one is fucking red pilled as shit.
Okay, well, first of all, Axel is clearly beta. He's built to be a beta
Oh
bot.
my god!
So don't even
He
question
uses
that.
a gun.
Yeah, two of them. Axel was built to be beta. You don't even have to question it. And I think Zero again is he's built on Chad properties because it's all about one-upping Mega Man.
Well,
So
but you saw the cutscenes from X4. He's the original Sigma type.
Well, yes, but okay. But then also, but he's built to out Chad X, right? Out of spite.
Yeah.
So that makes him like, alpha because he's doing the funky hand pose, right? But then the next question is like, but then he's like crying over Iris, So what part of crying over Iris is alpha there? So it's hard.
Zero always came off as like Shadow the Hedgehog to me, crying over Maria also, and it's like built to out Chad the Sonic, the blue bomber,
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that Dr. Light intentionally built the first trad wife robot in Roll?
Yeah, I think so. I think it was meant to be that way. Rock and roll,
She
right?
wants to stay at home and do the cleaning, and she's got a fucking vacuum arm and a
Dr. Light's book was called The Game, a guide to pickup artists. Pickup artist life. Little did we know that before Proto Man, he built Mystery Man, the robot with the fuzzy top hat and eyeliner that could intrigue all the ladies with his mystery, his powers of confusion and negging. So, all right, down the hole we go.
Somebody in the chat asked, what is a trad wife? Trad wife is basically what the robot in Detroit Become Human, the girl robot in Detroit Become Human was supposed to be.
Kara.
Basically. Kara, yeah.
Traditional wife.
God.
Traditional wife.
Yeah, she was the first role.
It's the Wojak that's blushing with the blonde hair and the old school dress.
Yes, with the blue dress with the shoulders and everything,
yes.
And the blush.
And the complexion that needs to be defended and protected with these 14 words we say.
The shield, the shield.
Etc., etc., etc. Indeed. Okay.
That's a good start.
Yep. That's fine. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Sir, as a Kirby connoisseur and fan, I appreciate your avatar online. I appreciate your Bayonetta Kirby. It's a good portrait. It's a good Twitter photo.
Shaped like a friend, and he's got glasses like me. So that's it's just been my look, Wooly, I appreciate your Kirby lore series over the years. Thank you. I've been watching them for many times, and they have informed my appreciation of Kirby over the years.
Yeah. and of course, Bayonetta Kirby is shaped like a friend, but if you try to touch them, they will not stand for it and will wicked weave you. So good times.
I genuinely thought you were going to say if you try and touch Bayonetta Kirby, it will fade away into the ether to deny you any sense of satisfaction or closure ever and disappear from your memory.
We will get there. Hold that thought while
I have been
hold
holding
the line.
that thought for 650 days.
Hold that thought while you hold the line. How about that?
All right.
So let's go. Positions are banned. What's up? Is everybody up to date on the latest of this Game Stonks debacle? Because
I woke up from a nap, so no.
Well, the narrative has it's evolved quite a bit in the last 7 days since we talked about it. When we last talked about it, it was a matter of like, wow, this wild, crazy ass story. And I was like, yeah, I was following. I wanted to get into investing like a month ago. So I decided to start following a bunch of different places. And Wall Street Bets was one of the places I was keeping my eye on. And then they started working on this thing and memeing about it. But it turned out to be so right that it became mainstream news because effectively they had landed on what was the hidden Minesweeper mine with Melvin Capital, and then everything that's connected to that, finding out that billions had been invested into shorting GameStop. And since we last talked about it, it has gone through a ridiculous series of like, okay, high publicity, everyone gets involved, then news stories come out with people going on trying to basically create a narrative describing why the hedge funds are the good guys in this situation. People, dudes that show up and start crying about the market are on TV, and in the meantime, there's literal movements that involve what was it, like a couple places stopped selling the GameStop stock at some point, and then actually Robinhood stopped it, but you could still sell it, of course.
And then in some cases they sold it for you.
They sold
In
it
some
for
cases,
you.
yes.
Yeah.
And then there was also I think now it's they allowed it again, but they limited it to 1 per person, and then I think now it's at possibly like 8 or so per person, and just going through all kinds of incredible fucking twists and turns. And it's been wild to see the level of like mask off, blatant, we will pull out all the stops to effectively deflate this any way we can in any shape or form. Disinformation campaigns like firing at 110%, and people effectively seeing that, calling it out, and just continuing to hold. It's gonna be incredible to see where this goes in the history books, I think.
So I gotta say, from a personal level, like I have always maintained that I don't understand the stock market, and because I'm very smart, anything I don't understand must be fake. Therefore, the stock market must be fake.
Mhm.
This has not helped that perception. Like the idea, every time I talk about stocks, the economy, people go, "Pat, you don't know what you're talking about. You're a moron." I'm like, this shit makes me feel like everybody talking about the economy is a dumbass, because it seems very arbitrary. But
so
more than that,
mm-hmm.
oh, sorry, after you.
No, I was going to say, it turns out that you're right in that it is all fake, but the difference is that the point of a hedge fund is that they know that it's fake, so they can capitalize on the fact that it's fake by making it extra fake and deliberately hoping that nobody really catches on for a long time, because we're in the business of, making this seem complicated, not telling anybody what's going on. Because of course the whole thing about it too is like, if you find a good opportunity, you don't want other people to necessarily know what you're trying to do. So it's just the confusion you have is intentional and by design.
Yeah. I'm also not a stock person. I'm super confused by the whole thing. To me, the funniest thing about the last week were all the people who kept saying, this GameStop thing is not funny. It's not funny. Why are you laughing about this GameStop thing? And then the more they said that, the harder I kept laughing. Because you're saying the GameStop thing isn't funny, but you're saying the word GameStop, which is inherently funny. So,
it's like one of the worst companies I've ever personally dealt with in the world is being used as a knife to stab a bunch of rich people.
I mean, the last we left off, they were the ones that were sending their employees to fucking death COVID lineups for releases of new games and shit like that. It was in a ridiculous state. And yeah, to have this kind of come back now and be this thing that's like, actually, so it doesn't even matter that it's GameStop. It's more just like, this happened to be the one. This happened to be the place, and like,
yeah, the only reason it happened to GameStop is because somebody noticed that it was highly shorted.
Exactly. It could have been any other place, but it's becoming a stand of, the average person, or the proletariat, if you would. Versus
So I don't understand the stock market. I think this is a pretty honest truth that no one will fight me on, that I don't understand the stock market. However, looking over the past week, I can tell you what I do understand is being poor and being spiteful. So from a mechanics stock perspective, I don't really have much to say. I don't really get it. I've looked it up, I've read it up. I kind of get short selling now. It seems like a scam. But I understand being spiteful very, very strongly. And the emotional journey from exactly 1 week ago has been fascinating. You know that meme image of a guy setting up like a tiny little domino and it's gonna knock over like a giant gray domino?
Oh yeah.
Like the first one is some guy on Wall Street bets notices that the GameStop stock is being shorted. And the big one is I have to end my stream before 8 p.m. tonight because AOC is going to dominate Twitch airwaves again. And I need to get the fuck out of the way of that shit. Because like you described, Wooly, how it started off as like an economic, series of shenanigans, and out come the corruption stops. Like, no, you can't trade that. Oh, we're looking into ways to stop that. We're going to sell shit for you. And it turned like the memeing of stonks, right? And everybody hold the line and all that shit. It turned the funsiness of that to what I can only imagine is the crowdsourced version of Joker burning that big pile of money in the Dark Knight. And then, why are you burning this big pile of money, Joker? Oh, for laughs. Because it's funny to burn your money.
I got a text message. I got a text message from a friend who was like, look, probably too late for me to jump in and make anything, but it's definitely not too late to jump in and hurt a hedge fund. That was literally the conclusion there. I mean, I think we've all gotten a better understanding of, like, at the very least, how short squeezes work over the last week. And I remember I had a very basic understanding of it prior to this week, and kind of described the best I could last time. But in case anybody is looking for more specifics on it, effectively, it's when you are trying to when you will borrow stock from a company and sell it immediately, and then you will owe that stock back to the person you borrowed it from, and you're hoping to buy it back later at a cheaper price, and then return it and keep the difference that you've already sold.
Hey, look, it's free money.
Yeah, that's the short version. And it's if in the meantime, between when you borrow and when you pay it back, it's in your interest to do things like go on TV and use any access you have anywhere to push things as low as possible, drop confidence, and dropping confidence leads to lowering of the stock price, and lowering of the stock price means you buy it back at the lowest possible for the best profit. And what this obviously means is people that actually are like business owners and entrepreneurs for these respective businesses hate short sellers and hate these hedge funds that bet against the market effectively, because their interest is in you or your business failing as hard as possible. So you'll find a lot of like hyper capitalist people coming in to be like, yeah, fuck hedge funds and the short selling as well. It's interesting.
Pat, I think you touched on something interesting too about like how it's easier to understand the emotion of being pissed off and poor, because that's most of us,
oh man,
right?
It sucks.
So it's like, and then like Wooly on the other end, like it's in their interest to keep shit as confusing as possible. So it's like you can't like, well, where else is the public narrative gonna go other than more people are gonna be pissed off and poor, because they're just gonna understand it a lot more, versus I don't know what the fuck they're doing, but it sounds like a scam to me,
And they're gonna understand. And here's the thing: is that story, that narrative, as you described, as they flail harder and harder and do things that are more and more transparent, it's just gonna incite everyone harder and harder to be like, wow, super fuck you, because like we're not even pretending this is a fair game anymore. It's never been fair, but the illusion of fairness existed in a way where you went, well, we know what we're doing and we do it this way. But like when you see the level that it gets to when they start losing, it becomes, again, mask off is the best way to describe it. And that just incites the rage even harder, and everyone gets like triple spite, for every moment that happens.
So Sterling put out a video today, earlier today, in which they describe that a lot of the emotional drive behind this, behind the people holding for so long, is that it's people who started off spiteful and poor, so spiteful and poor that if they lose everything that they put into the stocks, they will be just as fucked as they were immediately before getting into this whole mess.
Yes.
So why not try and take down some of the people who, for example, never got punished during the housing market crisis?
Exactly. There was a fantastic post from somebody who, I mean, people have been sharing a lot of posts that have been going up on Wall Street Bets, but one of them was somebody basically describing, the person described, like, the most I've ever had in my bank account at any point in my life has been like $9,000, and on a regular basis, I'm used to having $1,000 to being broke. I don't ever have any comfort to catch me. I'm used to this level, and if I go in on this and nothing happens and I lose it all, I'll just be back to the same place I always was at, you know? But like the absolute opportunity to fuck these people over for once after their infinite lording on the situation and like their manipulation of everything is like, they have nothing to lose. There's no reason to not ride this all the way out in the hopes that, you know, you can at the very least, like it's interesting because it's like it effectively amounts to a window of time in which like there can be a redistribution of wealth according to market rules, you know, if you want to get into like that sort of thing, but but ultimately, like, a lot of this like is going down based on how long they can hold on and how much they can trick people into jumping out before they have to commit to rebuying everything they own. You know, so the mind game is like, we don't know how long this part is going to last, but like the more they can get people to effectively like just lose faith in it or be like, I'll just cash out now or whatever the case is, like the more they can save their skin.
I was going to say something, but I forgot.
Well, I got something. Don't worry, Gene. You find that in your brain and tag me out. All I've been thinking is like, so much of this is powered by spite, and spite is like
unlimited
infinite.
Spite
It
works.
doesn't go away. It like if you're spiteful because of the situation you are in your life, and you're just spiteful at somebody in a situation that you don't believe that they deserve it, it's not going to go away until that person either loses their status or you gain a different one. So if they're hoping to ride that emotion out, fucking good luck. But I would never advocate for any possible crime ever. But all I can think of is if these rich Wall Street people are upset at losing all of their money, imagine how upset they would be if they were being literally physically eaten in a street by an angry crowd hungry for Wall Street num flesh.
I'm surprised it took you 26 minutes to get there.
It would be they'd be very upset.
Took you longer than usual to get there, but you got there.
Imagine them crying out to the invisible hand of the free market to put their legs back on. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Okay. Here's what I remember. Everyone keeps comparing this to gambling, right? Like, but like, you know, like I've been to Vegas many times. I've lost a lot of money there. You gamble in Vegas and you never know really what you're going to get in return. But if I gambled at the right time during this whole GameStop thing, I know, like you said, Pat, that I will be able to ride some kind of emotion out, right? Like I'm paying in to feel like I'm screwing over the man. And that at least is some kind of return on investment for me, you know, if I was that spiteful.
Yeah, imagine if you could go to a casino and play blackjack with the knowledge that if you put down enough of a blackjack bet, the casino would lose money somehow.
Yeah.
Now, do you think, Gene, this is going to result in like a change to like Wall Street regulation to stop this from happening, or do you think it's simply going to result in risk assessment being that, hey, shorting is now dangerous and we're just not going to do that anymore?
I think probably the latter. I've only been in DC for 6 years now, but just seeing how hard things happen here, the phrase "it takes an act of Congress to do anything" just doesn't come out of nowhere. They just won't do anything a lot, you know.
Okay.
So I don't know. We're gonna have hearings on the GameStop thing. We're definitely gonna have that.
Mm-hmm.
But almost nothing ever comes out of these hearings. So you know, a lot of it is also political theater too. But I don't know. Who knows? This is we're talking about money here, you know.
Yeah.
So this is why this is unprecedented, you know.
And you've also seen like again the entire political spectrum weighing in on it, and it seems like almost bipartisan in that people are like, hey, this is a suspicious situation where Robinhood is shutting down the ability to buy, you know, a stock simply because it's like compromising a traditional Wall Street.
Compromising their primary client.
Yeah. So like it feels as if like the fact that like so many people are weighing in on it that are otherwise on opposite sides of the aisle like might lend it some more you know, boost towards something. But yeah, you're right. Like we'll have to see, you know. But it's not going to be the same after this.
I do very much agree with you, Gene, in that regardless of any kind of political oversight, once I saw that the situation was as simple as a bunch of people noticed that GameStop was really short sold and then bought it en masse, it feels like a genie that can't go back in the bottle.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Like people are going to be scanning for highly short sold stocks en masse forever now.
Yes. Yeah. Because
it's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great idea. Why not do it all the time?
The potential for losses on behalf of whoever is short selling is infinite. It's literally
that's a concept that's hard to understand.
Your losses can go to the moon, to use the term. Yeah.
To the moon, yeah.
So, you know, we'll see what happens after this, but that is now going to be looked at possibly as like one of the crazier, riskier things to ever go heavy on in case people find out. So now that being the biggest story aside, Gene, why don't you, I guess, let us know how you got started and how you became the person with great tweets.
How you became the waifu war correspondent.
You know,
the waifu war correspondent. Oh boy, where do I start? I'm Gene Park. For anyone in chat who doesn't know, I'm Gene Park. I'm a reporter for the Washington Post. I cover video games for our section called The Launcher. We've been around for about a year now. Before that, I was the social media editor, I was a social media editor at the Washington Post. I was in charge of our Reddit strategy. I played with live streaming for a bit, although it was on Facebook Live. I also managed and moderated our Twitch community and channel when we had that for a bit. You know, I've been interning in newspapers since I was 16. I'm 39 years old. I think Pat called me a boomer the other day, which I'm almost there.
You were talking about how underrated RE6 was, dude.
Yeah, we could talk about that. You know what? I've watched. Okay, before we get distracted, I did watch playthroughs of RE6, and I was like, oh, I do remember all that part. Okay, I get it. I don't want to do that again, so that's fine.
You're getting no backup if you are getting into that conversation.
Yeah, I'm like looking at Willie. I'm like actually, Willie, I don't know your opinions about Resident Evil 6. So like,
I thought Jake looked cool, but I don't know anything about him. End of opinion.
I forgot his name. I dead ass forgot his name. I was like, whatever Wesker's son's name was.
The Rock Howard of the RE world. That's what I want.
Yeah, anyway. Yeah. He had a lot of cool melee skills. It was awesome. Anyways. But I've been interning since I was 16, you know, studying journalism. I never really wanted to be a games journalist. I really wanted to be a music journalist, like a rock and roll journalist, like a reporter groupie, just hanging out and going on tour. Nobody ever does that anymore. Like music is just dead now. So nobody really listens to music that much these days anymore. So, you know, that's why I switched to games. But I've been playing games for all my life, you know. Had an Atari 2600. NES, Super Nintendo. I lived in Guam, so I had a nice exposure to the import market because it was really easy to get just import games, even though they were still really, really expensive. And I wrote for a small website called GameCritics.com back in college in the early 2000s. GameCritics.com, and they're still around. It's still small. And then I just went into regular old journalism, and then started working at the Washington Post. I switched from like regular reporting. I was reporting on like crimes and like business and like mostly crimes, like local police stuff. And I didn't. I switched to trying to do more on social media because I got laid off in 2009. So I was like, I need to have more skills. I can't just be reporting and anything. So I trained myself to do more social media stuff, and eventually I got hired at the Washington Post as a social media guy.
And now you write about game crimes.
Now I write about game crimes, yes.
I gotta say, I would like a slightly more context on one part of your work history, Gene, because I've been meaning to. I saw this tweet you made, and I've been meaning to ask you ever since I could get a hold of you in the podcast. You posted a tweet with a photo of yourself being laid off, wearing a shirt going, "I'm going to get laid off."
Yeah, journalists get laid off. Yeah.
Like how? Like, did you go home and get that, or did you happen to be wearing that day?
I had the shirt already because I had fully expected that I would get laid off someday. And then so when I got laid off, I was like, well, time to wear this shirt now. And then so I went to the bars and said, hey, I just got laid off. Someone give me a drink, you know? And that was it. Yeah.
Damn.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you were also one of the early PS5 folks. That was
That's right. That's right. I got into the gaming scene just in time to get a PS5 early because Lord knows you can't get one now.
Yeah, I managed to score the 2 and gave one to a friend of mine, and as the days go on, I look at how absurdly lucky I was to score those 2, as you still can't get them.
I was expecting us to hit like Christmas, and then things would get to a point where like regular stocks would shipments would occur, and people could then at least acquire it perhaps, you know, a couple months later. It's still impossible. It's actually still a problem.
Yeah, the New York Times report said 2 days ago, Microsoft said that they sold every single Series X console, and they probably won't be able to restock until like June or something, which sucks because like I feel this pain because I've been trying to get a Series S myself because like I have a Series S, but I don't really own it because I don't get to keep it. I have to give it to someone. So I'm like, I would love a Series S, but I can't even find one. I've been trying to get my best friend a PS5 too, and just not happening. So I'm in there swimming with you all too. I'm trying to find stuff too.
Well, I mean, the plague endures. It's not that crazy that they're popular.
Yeah.
No, but there's something about that, and you know, we've seen a lot of consoles launch, right? Like we were no fucking rookies to this game, but when you have a successful product launch, but like people cannot acquire it till like you said June, like that's still a failure of some kind. It's not a failure of demand, but a failure of supply. It's not hurting you in the same way that like, you know, like a financial bust would, but it's still a failure on behalf of like planning and then actual delivery of the product. Like I think that
I think,
you know,
I think some of the articles, you know, I know those articles got like shamed on when they came out. They're like, we should just delay the next gen launches. So I think they're kind of right, you know, because what do we got right now for a next gen launch? Really, Demon's Souls, which was awesome.
It's just pretty good, and Miles Morales was pretty good.
And Miles Morales was great, but you know, that's about it though. There's nothing else, you know.
The Disco Elysium new version's gonna come to the PS5.
I mean, Ghost of Tsushima looked great on PS5, but like I already finished it and platinumed it already, so it's like, you know, it's fucking Cyberpunk doesn't even work. You know, the next gen update isn't even here. So it's like if we were gonna wait for Cyberpunk, then we don't even really have a PS5 version of Cyberpunk yet. So do we need a PS5 now?
Virgil's there too. You know.
Yeah, the ray tracing was nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Your description of no Series X's until June actually legit answers a question I've had for a little bit, because when demand is so high on this, all I could think of is why are you not just doing buy orders where you go to Sony and you or Microsoft and you go, listen, I will put $85, $100 down payment, right? Put me on a list. When you get to my name on the list, please send me one whenever that happens to be, because I figured that has to be better than spamming Amazon and Newegg and Walmart over and over. Except if you hit that button and it said your console is estimated to arrive in fucking June,
Yeah.
you're going to take your money back. You're going to immediately cancel it.
And
Like,
also,
it doesn't work.
But the problem too is they have to give a shit about the scalping situation, right? Like, as long as they don't care, none of this gets fixed. Like, that's step one, you know? Same thing with
Yeah, I don't
NVIDIA,
understand
you
like
know?
why, because Microsoft has been trying to go for like the more like iPhone type route of like the business model with Game Pass and like the different series consoles, whatever. But yeah, I don't like you said, Pat. I don't understand why there's no hard infrastructure in place to be able to just deliver and be on a wait list for these things, as opposed to being in the masses with the retailers. You know,
I bought a 3080, right? And I fought scalpers day and night for like 3 weeks to get a 3080. And what I discovered was that, like, it's funny because the only time I got the 3080 is when NVIDIA themselves put like very substantial anti-bot shit on their website to, like, scalpers would have to actually physically human being scalp them instead of just having the robots do it. But like NVIDIA had to do like a significant investment into their own proprietary website, right? Walmart's not gonna fucking do that. Walmart doesn't give a shit. Amazon doesn't give a fuck who buys the shit. The only people that would be like the original manufacturer. And then I see the Sony shit. I follow Wario64. I assume you guys do as well. And like every 2 or 3 days, I see a tweet that goes, "Oh, they're gonna be sold in 30 minutes. They're gone."
Yeah, I kept the now in stock like updates on my phone and stuff just to see what's going on, you know. And like, yeah, like those things are still you're getting an alert, and like within 10-15 they're like, yep, if you missed it, it's gone, sorry, try next time, for months now.
Yeah, I had mine bought from Walmart like months ago, but that's because I put it down like the day of it was announced that the pre-orders went live. Like if you weren't in on that first round, then yeah, it's gonna be real hard now.
The only reason I got my PS5 was I was streaming, and I looked over, and someone in the chat said Amazon.ca just went up.
Wow.
And I said, guys, hold on a second. I didn't even bother to go to the be right back screen. Like, I did not even take the time to switch to that. And I went to Amazon and click, and luckily the site didn't crash. And that was that. And I feel like if I had seen the same text prompt in my chat, like a couple lines below and 2 seconds later, I would not have gotten it. It's ridiculous. I saw people compare this to the Wii. Like, the Wii was ridiculous. Like, the Wii was crazy, right?
That was bad.
But the Wii was also like a weird console, and I can understand Nintendo didn't expect that it would be nearly as popular as it was, because it was like a weird like blue ocean strategy shit. But also the Wii selling out, like I remember people talking about it. That was like overtly, definitively people going to the store and standing in a big line to get the 10 that there were there, right? It was like retail, it was physical based. Because we're all stuck here due to the plague, that's by defact, like it's de facto all online, which has opened up the nightmare of the robots.
The nightmare of the internet, basically.
And I think, like, again, like on the, you know, talking about the Wii, the unfortunate side of things is that upon the surprise and shock at the like fervor everyone had to get Wii Sports for Christmas, and you know, to have a perfect holiday console, it led to a like word of mouth sort of like Tickle Me Elmo fiasco where like, you know, like it just becomes the hype commodity, you know. So every time there's like a shortage like this, like a lot of times, you know, the manufacturer's probably thinking, well, that being the hype commodity is not a bad thing, you know. So like the incentive is not necessarily super high to make sure that this goes away, you know. Anyway.
Yeah, I was there on day one for the Wii because I was like this shit is gonna sell out like crazy. I better just get one right now and get my Twilight Princess right now.
So I was like sleeping outside on fucking the corner of Atwater and St. Catherine to get that Wii. And
yeah, I was there at 3 a.m.
I still remember my favorite part of that was when 8:30 a.m. rolled around, half an hour before they opened. The parents started to show up. Like 100 like 45 50, you know, 45-year-old people showed up going, are you guys in line for the Nintendo? Yeah. And like a really grimy, pissed off crowd of fucking dorks turned going, there aren't enough for you.
Yeah. I was in line in Burlington, Vermont with Min, and just like, you know, people were camped up with the fucking covering and just pulling up tents and watching Advent Children and creating a bond, you know. And exactly, and then eventually before the store opened, someone showed up, an employee showed up and handed out numbers to everybody. So once you had the numbers, anyone that came after that, like, there was no need for hostility because we just go, you got to get a number, and if you don't get a number, that's it. Too bad, you know. So
I forget exactly what the number was, but I hung out at that Future Shop all the time because it was right next to my Sejep, and I knew one of the guys. I'm like, how many are in the back right now? Like the day before, and I think he told me 120. Well, whatever the number was, I had the exact number when that happened. So I took the time. I had a friend guard my spot, and I went up and down the line.
Yeah.
Until I found person number 120. And I told all of them, there are enough for you if you do not move from this fucking spot. Do not go anywhere.
Right.
Like you will get one. It will be worth it. Don't worry. And then at like 6:30 a.m., somebody tried to like sneak in, like said, "Oh, my friend was holding my spot," but like they just showed up, and it almost escalated very poorly. Like it got real rowdy until that person gave up as they saw they would probably have been beaten down.
Yeah, there's always someone.
But this is why you make friends within your local GameStop. Maybe screw GameStop the company, but you want to know your local GameStop. You want to know your local plug.
Oh yeah,
because they can tell you what exactly stock they got. This is why I've been flirting with my pharmacist nearby, because once you get that vaccine, baby, like I'm like, remember all those good feelings I gave you over the past year, you know.
Hey, you got a shot for me. I got a shot for you, huh?
Yeah, hey. Yeah. Take the little buzzer thing and walk around with it for a while.
Hey, I've been creating a barter and trade economy for myself the past year, because who knows, you know, nice. like the stocks are fake, everything seems to be going to shit. So it's like, you know, if I have goodwill among my little barter and trade, like coins and rock economy going, then I'll be solid for the next 50 years.
I mean, surely there's going to be, if not already, an app that is like, hey, I have a couple of boxes of corn to sell. Would you like to trade me some fucking, I don't know, seeds? And then it's like, yes, I will give you a pound of seeds for that box of corn, and the app will facilitate the exchange details, and then you just go barter, then go back to the fucking, you know, the olden days with it.
Yeah, that's why I still have my PS4 Pro with PT on it, because I'm like, hey, I got this PS4 Pro PT file, it's only halfway done, you can just delete the cloud save though, you know. just medicine.
Someone says Cornhub.
There it is.
Done.
Done. We did
There
it.
you go.
We created a new form of economy, a more honest economy.
Yep. Silicon Valley. Get on that and then get the fuck out.
Silicon Valley.
So what have you been playing, Gene?
Yeah, what's up with you, man?
I have been obsessed with River City Girls because I slept on it when it came out, and I was like, Scott Pilgrim came out, right? And I was like, I reviewed Scott Pilgrim. I enjoyed that. I never really beat it back in the day because I didn't understand the Kunio leveling up system. But I was like, yeah, I'm not done with this. I want more. So I went back to River City Girls, and it's cool to hear Ego Raptor and Danny and Jacksepticeye in there. But it's an awesome game. Everyone's almost level 30 now. Ricky is level 27, and I'm getting kind of a little bored. But that's because I've already played it through 4 times.
Favorite song?
I love the boss song for Noise. The whole that's like a boss song Bohemian Rhapsody where it just goes like different like genres and different different melodies and everything as it's going through the different phases of the boss. It rocks. The whole like DDR like Guitar Hero type of a setup that they had there was so cool. And Bully is good too. The first song.
Okay.
But yeah, Megan McDuffie did an amazing job on the soundtrack. So I've just been listening to River City Girls soundtrack too.
I feel fascinated by the immediate direction that you went with went from Scott Pilgrim over to River City Girls, because when I was playing River City Girls, I couldn't quite put my finger on why I enjoyed it so much. And now that you mention it, I'm like, oh, this is the game that I thought the Scott Pilgrim game was going to be.
Yeah. That's a good way of putting it. Yeah.
Because
Scott Pilgrim was...
You thought it was going to be open world, or...
No, it's just Wooly has described the Scott Pilgrim video game as somehow less than some of its parts.
Yeah, it's got Adam Anaguchi, Paul Robertson, and Scott Pilgrim, but like mechanically it didn't come together in something that I felt like was better than those individual components.
I agree. Even when it comes to the combat, like it feels very soft,
Yeah.
Like there's just no crunchiness to the brawlerness of it. Whereas River City Girls, it's like when you kill somebody, they go bling, and it feels good. And there's a little vibration in the animation. The animation is a little bit more robust. All of that kind of comes together to make River City Girls feel like a real brawler experience. Scott Pilgrim, it still is. It's still a good game, but it's just like missing just a little bit there.
So there's an exact thing I think of in Scott Pilgrim that I can tell you what I felt was missing was there's moments where in River City Girls you buy a move and you use it on someone for the first time and your brain immediately starts going, oh, I know how to work this into a combo. Right? You see like a ground bounce or some sort of like launch or something that staggers and you go, I have an idea. Let's try this out right away.
Yeah,
and
I can
you
do some stupid shit with this, I bet.
And you don't really get that moment in Scott Pilgrim too often, if ever. You don't really get that like, ooh, I see a function to this move that can like make a really cool combo happen,
Yeah, because like the blowback from some of the attacks in Scott Pilgrim kind of go a little too far. There's not a lot of good follow-ups. The launchers don't really work. Whereas in River City Girl, like with Ricky, for example, which I'm just using, like he has a great launcher and you just jump and you knock him back down with the down heavy. It's good combo mechanics and you don't really see that even in Streets of Rage 4, which I love and I think it's perfect, but Streets of Rage 4 is a lot more strict than that, whereas River City Girls really, really like feels like a good fighting mechanic game, and it almost feels like they could have gone a little bit more with that. But I'm kind of glad they didn't.
But you can see some great combo videos that people put together that stretch the limits of like how this tech works and like how good the combat system is. So yeah, that's a fantastic game. And I'm gonna say personally, The Hunt is the best track to me. That's what I think of every time.
I don't know if it's my favorite, but it's the song I think of when I think of River City Girl.
Rent free. It's rent free in my head every time. You know.
Is that the slower one? The slower jam?
One moment and you're gone.
Yeah, that one. That's the only song that I have in my head. So yeah, I don't know if it's even my favorite, but that's the one that's just in my head.
So
and it's a great song. So.
Yeah.
You know, I feel bad. I wanted to like adore Streets of Rage 4 because it's excellent, but it turns out that if I can't run in a brawler, like I have a problem with it.
But that's
like
Streets
Adam,
of Rage, though.
Yeah, I know.
That's faithfulness. Lizard Cube could have done it, but they chose not to. For
Adam is my favorite character in that game by far, just because he has like a on-demand dash.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the girl with the guitar, Cherry. Cherry had the dash too. Yeah.
I don't want to play as Cherry.
And the legacy Streets of Rage characters, Axel, SOR 1, 2, 3, or I think just 3 had the run too. So.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, I use legacy characters for Streets of Rage 4 because I just ultimately just want to play the old Streets of Rage games too.
Exactly, and making sure that they feel the right way for people that are longtime fans. Like, yeah, I respect that. You can't go turning it up on its head if that's not your goal here. You can have new characters that can do wild shit, though.
But River City was special for me because like I grew up on Kunio-kun. River City Ransom, Super Dodgeball, all those games. Kunio-kun games were the games that me and my dad played together because my dad understood Kunio-kun games. He understood growing up in high school in Asia and fighting kids.
Okay.
So because he read a lot of sports manga, So Kunio-kun games were a lot like sports manga. So he was like, "Oh, I'm totally into this." So we would just play 2-player River City Ransom, which was awesome. So
wait, were you playing River City Ransom with your dad and him going like, "Oh yeah, I remember when I had to go down to high school and
exactly
kids barf."
Oh yeah.
I remember when I beat kids up for their fucking lunch money. That's exactly what he did.
Threw him down the construction pit.
This is accurate to me growing up. I was like, all right, Dad. But yeah, I love Kunio-kun games, and that's why I was like, River City Girls. That's just my jam. I need to be in it.
Yeah, I think like the fact too that there's always been such a close relationship with like Double Dragon and stuff is rad as well. I like that we can look at a lot of classic beat 'em up series and kind of go like they made a new one that's really cool that kind of like revitalized the franchise. I mean, there's been Kunio games and collections that have been dropping for a while, but yeah, this is like a fantastic new one. Double Dragon Neon is still incredible.
I'm playing that now too.
Yeah,
I'm playing that now. Yeah, it's a completely different flavor.
I would love. It's like a lot of these classics, made a comeback. Final Fight, yeah, it's just one day,
Come on, Final Fight.
Okay, so the lore has been built up in Street Fighter V already. For the pieces are set. Cody's the mayor, Abigail is there, Poison's there. We already know Lucia. Like everything is in place for what the world would be. They just need to make it.
I do have. I don't know if you. Well, I feel like I talked to you about this at some point, but I do have a piece of historical trivia that may make you feel better or worse about Final Fight. And that is, there is a game that is Final Fight in all but name that you have played, Wooly, at the very least, and you probably played it as well, Gene. Actually, no, you did play it because we were talking about it the other day. Shinji Mikami looked across the ocean to see Final Fight Streetwise and said, "Wow, that's a pile of shit. I'm going to make a fucking way better Final Fight game, but I can't get the Final Fight like clearance or whatever." And so he made God Hand. God Hand is explicitly Shinji Mikami's Final Fight game.
I actually didn't know that. I did not know that God Hand was inspired by Final Fight. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Wow.
So like that's the end of that series.
But it is like just putting the camera in a different place and changing the way the combat works it kind of becomes a different beast on its own that I believe also needs to exist. But you know, it's not, to me, it doesn't replace it. It's I'm in Final Fight for the characters at this point, you know, for the attachment to Hagar and Cody and Guy and, you know, even Carlos Miyamoto, all of them, Mackie
And Wall Chicken.
You know, get them all in there. And
I mean,
like,
Final Fight has great character design. You know, it's kind of more distinctive than Streets of Rage, honestly. You know,
I always liked
but Andre the Giant guy. You know,
yeah,
Mhm.
I know. I always thought like Final Fight, it had the grabbing system down a lot better than other beat 'em ups did early on. You know, the ability with Hagar to like pick dudes up and choose how to go about your next action was something that they did better than most earlier on. And yeah, no, that's exactly it. And I think we haven't seen like Sodom in a hot minute. You know what I mean? It would be great to see Sodom in his modern weeaboo sense.
when was the last time Sodom was in the game?
Alpha 3.
Alpha 3, right?
He was in.
He was in the background of Cross Tekken.
Was he not in? No, he wasn't. Okay.
He was in the background of Cross Tekken, and that was it.
Wow,
That's where he
the fact that you
belongs.
can remember that he was in the background of Street Fighter Cross Tekken, that's incredible.
Well, because the Cross
this
Tekken,
is-
it had
this
that
is my
good stage
career.
with the Mad Gear guys in the background.
Well, that's right. Yes, Willie. I forget that this is your career, but yeah.
You read about game crimes. I memorize fighting game facts. This is what we do. Yeah.
Did you know Athena has a different costume in every single King of Fighters game? Who cares? That character's terrible.
Except for Neo Wave
Yeah,
Anyway.
except for Neo.
and Howling Blood. But
You fucking
whatever.
dweeb.
Listen, yeah, no, River City Girls is a great way to spend your time. That's good shit. Are you doing it mostly solo, or are you playing with any? Are you doing co-op?
Just solo, just doing it solo, just grinding through, and pretty much done with it. I've unlocked everything except for Ricky level 30. That's it.
Okay. I hope something else comes out. I hope they you know, we get a sequel. I hope they keep the momentum.
I heard some kind of rumor about a River City sequel, which I'm all in for. You know what also got me into the River City Girls was the fact that you can play as Kunio as an unlockable character after you beat it. I was like,
I'm
that's just
so
amazing.
glad I did not know about that until I unlocked him. Like, I was like, oh man, this game's great. Oh, the two girls are really different. I prefer the redhead, but oh man. Oh shit! Ricky and Kunio, fuck yeah!
Yeah. Fire
Anything
powers
else?
and dark arts powers, amazing. Oh, and my favorite girl is Misako. I do like Kyoko a lot, but I like the way Misako is always just really pissed off. I like the way she says, just tell me the name of the dog in that one part, which is really funny.
Agreed. Same. Big same.
My favorite was Kyoko, but of course it is.
Like beat 'em up girl protagonist. You need that angry Makoto energy. You know. You need.
Nah, man. It can be light.
Well, you have both.
But you notice that Misako starts all the fights in the games. In the game,
she really does.
She's the one who just like going around saying, "Where's my boyfriend?" And just like kicking everyone's asses, which is awesome.
Are you looking at? Have you played anything else? Anything noteworthy?
I have gone back to Resident Evil 7 because I never. And with all the Village hype out right now, I'm like, I should finish 7, which I liked, but it was honestly really, really stressful, and it still is. So I've been playing like an hour a day, basically.
VR,
which is weird because it's weird to be stressed out with a Resident Evil game because I play like a shit ton of Resident Evil all the time. Like I'm not a speedrunner of Resident Evil, but I basically, you know, I play to get to unlock the everything, and I basically every time I play Remake 2, I'm basically playing it to beat it under 2 hours, and I always do, which is fun. And so it's strange for me to go into a Resident Evil game and just like being like, I don't want to go there. I don't want to do this right now. You know,
I have a really similar feeling where the very first time I play any of them, I'm very stressed out. And then once I know every item location, the game turns into just relaxing chill time. it's
Are,
just like
are you
because
playing in
all the
VR?
numbers go away.
Mm-hmm. Not playing in VR, no.
Okay.
Yeah, because that would scare the shit out of me. Like fucking Half-Life Alex scared the shit out of me already. So like I'm good on Resident Evil 7 in VR.
It's funny because I feel like it like when that came out and you guys were all talking about it and stuff, and it's like, oh shit, that makes it scary. It's like, yeah, Resident Evil stopped being scary a while ago, right? It just became an action game franchise.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a game that makes you go whoa, you just
Whoa,
kind of
the
freak out for a
Jets
moment.
chasing Leon.
In 6, yes.
Yes, that was very scary.
Yeah.
And even
six-
before
six-
that, like boulder punching, right? Like
Boulder punching, exactly. Did okay, well, I mean, I guess with did I don't know if you've seen any of the mods, but it just, as you mentioned 7, like the last thing I saw was someone edited I don't know 7, so I don't know what the thing chasing you is, but they edited it to be sitting Bernie Sanders with the gloves just sliding around chasing after you in like perfect detail, and
with a telekinetic shovel floating over him.
like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah,
Like,
they replaced Jack with the sitting Bernie meme.
Anyway,
Oh, yeah,
cool.
Jack is the dad of the Resident Evil 7 family.
He's great. He's a
Yeah.
great
And
character.
Hitman, it just runs with Hitman 3. You know, there's that too. That just came out.
What have you been playing on PC?
I was playing on PC, yeah.
Are you having because I've seen like wide variances in people's experience of people going, wow, it's amazing. And some people, when I talked about Hitman 3, some people reach out to me on Twitter going, I bought it the day one and I have played 0 minutes of it because the servers like fight them every single time they try and go online and play.
Oh yeah, it kept disconnecting. I haven't played it in the last week, but like within that first launch week, it just kept disconnecting over and over again, which sucks because all your upgrades are tied to your online account. So even during the review process, I was offline the whole time. So I was unlocking nothing the entire time I'm playing Hitman. So I'm just like experiencing the story, which is fine, but like that's not really why I play Hitman 4. So
Yeah.
so that's why like I'm enjoying Hitman 3 like it should be, but I keep getting kicked off. So that's why I went to River City Girls.
I have a very important question. Was RE Village announced for VR as well?
No,
it wasn't, was it? No,
it
mommy
actually
milkers
wasn't.
in 3D in VR.
No, you can't.
No VR. Big. Nope. Okay.
They
All
also
Okay.
they said that it was going to be PS4 VR exclusive for 7 for a while, like an undetermined amount of time, and the undetermined amount of time appears to be fucking forever.
Okay.
Because like that super never came to PC.
Okay. So
yeah, but no Lady D in VR, which I think would have been too powerful. I think
missed opportunity on the VR milkers. Missed opportunity.
it would have been very, very powerful. It would have been a powerful game indeed.
It almost, like, you put that on the same genre and buying chart as Summer Lesson, you know. It would be an RE game and it would be other things at the same time. So
look, I wasn't on the Vampire Later train until I watched like a whole clips of her, and then I heard her say, "Go well, Ethan Winters," and I was like, okay, well that's doing it for me right there. Like, Jesus Christ.
I mean, the game is still in first person. It's still in first person, but just that's a missed opportunity. All right. So the VR thing was a one and done because it was hot at the time.
Yeah, and the VR support even from Sony seems really weird.
Mm-hmm.
Like the VR headset is being updated to work on PS5, but the VR, like, oh god, I forget what game it is, but there's a game that came out as a re-release for PS5. But if you use the VR headset to play it, it plays the PS4 version of the game because that's the only version that has VR support. Like
Okay.
it's
I actually interviewed Jim Ryan for the Washington Post, and he was basically like, VR, I'm not sure about that. So, yeah, even Jim Ryan doesn't sound all that enthused about VR. You know, he didn't sound excited about it at all. So he said, definitely not this year or next year, probably.
See, what's interesting is like if it were not exclusive, and they were free to make Oculus and Vive supported versions, then it wouldn't be as weird of a something to invest time and development into, because like those things are, Oculus is quite healthy right now. Oculus 2 is doing well. Like if they had other opportunities, then they could have went like, yeah, and then it'll also be on PSVR. But since it's exclusive, they don't really have that option. But still a missed opportunity. All right, so let's pass the baton over then. Pat, what's going on with you?
Okay, cool. I played Cyber Shadow this week. It's not made by WayForward, but it is published by WayForward.
Yes.
And do you guys like Ninja Gaiden?
Mm-hmm.
I love Ninja Gaiden. I never beat one.
You should probably play Cyber Shadow.
I have Cyber Shadow. I tried it. I started it, and I'm gonna keep going at it. It's hard.
It's real good. Guys,
Yeah.
what I said way forward. I meant Yacht Club.
Yacht Club.
Oops.
Yacht Club.
I am still like routinely making that mistake.
Also Hagane. It's if you like Hagane, I would pull that in too. SNES game, side sword. Yeah, similar deal. Anyway, it's fucking good.
It's a really, really like straightforward, high quality retro throwback, like Ninja Gaiden tribute game that has like a lot of unlockable moves, like almost Mega Man-ish.
A lot of story too, it seems like.
Yeah. But all I can like all I need to tell anyone is that I was playing the first level, and I think it was actually a robot bird like flew at me as I did a jump, and it hit me, and your knockback animation is a uncontrollable arc jump backwards and knocked me directly into a pit.
Yeah.
And you have the same fucking eagles in this game that they did in Ninja Gaiden. They do like, with the same pattern that they go back and forth.
Like that's that. Pattern. It's like you will slash it as you jump or die, and that is it.
You recognize that. Fuck that bird. You see it immediately, and you know exactly what they're going for.
Yeah. So played Cyber Shadow. Great. You know what's not great? The Medium. The Medium is made by a Bloober team out in Poland. And this is the developers that did Layers of Fear 1 and 2. They did Observer, and they did the Blair Witch game, the recent Blair Witch game. The Medium is being portrayed as, dude, no one's going to make a Silent Hill game ever again. We got Akira Yamaoka to score our adventure horror game about wandering around talking to ghosts. Everybody get excited. And then I played it, and the short way, I'll give you the long version, but the short version is almost every single Silent Hill game was worse than the one before it after a while. Like, 3 was not as good as 2. 4 was not as good as 3. Shattered Memories was all right, but then Homecoming was terrible. That Homecoming was terrible,
yeah.
Right? And then Downpour was fucking terrible. And then what was it? It was a WayForward game. It was like a PSP dungeon crawler. God, I don't even remember the fucking name of it. Like, oh my God, right? And this continues that trend of like the studio got further out into more Eastern Europe, and feels just as emblematic of the downfall of that series as if it were a real Silent Hill game. Yeah, Book of Memories, that's what it was called. It is a horror game that has no exploration, no ability to fight enemies, one enemy that is terrible and often just forces you into invisible enemy stealth sequences, a character that never
has no exploration.
No exploration. So
Wow.
it
Okay.
tells you that there's exploration. Like they put you in like a hotel lobby, right? And then they
Mhm.
go, oh, how do I get up to the second floor? And the answer is go to the
Okay.
elevator. And then you go to the elevator, and then the elevator puts you out onto the second floor, but that floor only has one door. And then that
Okay.
floor leads you to a mirror that will transport you to the other world, which only has a corridor, which
Oh,
only
God.
has one door. And like the most of the experience, like by far most of the experience, is me walking around in a like linear circle, if that makes any sense, listening to what are essentially audio logs of ghosts that don't have anything interesting to say. Somebody in my chat, a guy named Sir Goose, put out this perfect phrase that I didn't like. I wish I had thought of it myself, but thank you, Sir Goose. Where the puzzles are not puzzles, because the only thing you can do to the puzzles is solve them, so they're not
Mhm.
puzzles. The most involved puzzle I got in the entire game, from the part that I played it, was you walk up to a like a little conference table, and you need to figure out the name of somebody who sat in one of the chairs, because you need a ghost's name to like send them to the afterlife, right? And you look at a sheet, and it has the seating order. You go, okay, and then you go to a phone call record, and it's a guy complaining that he has to sit across from so and so. And I go, okay, I figure I have to go back to the paper, look at it, and then intuit what it would be, right? No, because when you go back to the paper, the character speaks aloud what you should do for the puzzle. And then when you go examine each chair, the character goes, no, not this one. No, not this one. Oh, this must be the one that is across from the person I listened to. And then you go to the other side, and she goes, ah, this must be it. Number 4. I should go back to the seating arrangement. And then you go back to the seating arrangement, and she reads, goes, ah, number 4, that's Jimmy, whoever. Now I know. And that's the solution to the puzzle. The solution to the puzzle is go in a series of steps to like examine each thing in a row. Like that's not gameplay. I could have just
Brute
walked into the
forcing.
room, and the character could have done it in a cutscene.
Yeah, that sounds like a Last of Us Part 2 safe mini puzzle, but like for like the best puzzle in the entire game. Seems like.
Yeah. On top of that, the game runs astonishingly poorly. Like, really, really crazy poorly. It is the only PC game I have ever played in my life that when you start it up, it asks you if you want to limit it to 30 frames a second. That is the first settings option it asks of you. It says, do you want to put it
Did you
to
say
a frame
no?
rate? I did, and then I went into the options later and turned that 30 FPS limit on,
Oh boy.
because
Oh,
the
boy.
game can't
Oof.
handle. I'm hitting it with a 3080, and it just can't
Yeah.
do 60. And I was playing it. I'm like, what? Because the game doesn't look particularly good, and like even like horribly optimized, I can't understand why it's so bad. And I have like an armchair theory. You constantly switch between like a nightmare world and like the real world, and they do the one cool aesthetic thing it does is it does a split screen of like cutscenes where the cutscene is playing in the top and bottom in the nightmare and real world, and so you'll see where characters should be or where a ghost is holding an object but it's just floating in the real world. And the game will do that. You know, when you like change a camera angle in certain games, like the game will go ka-chunk as it's loading in all the new assets just because it wasn't loaded into the camera view. It doesn't do that when you switch between the two worlds, and it doesn't do that when those cutscenes load in, which makes me think that both versions of all areas are loaded in at all
Are
times.
always loaded in. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And one of the cool visual tricks that made me think this was made me think this was possible was you have a flashlight in the real world, but not in the fake world. Sorry, in the nightmare world. And if you stand in front of a mirror where you can see both, you can see the real world version of you on the other side of the mirror is still casting shadows and reflections through the mirror. Like it's not a fake mirror; it's a real mirror. It's like a duplicated area.
Okay.
And it is choking. But that stuff would all be fine if the character shut their fucking mouth. The character talks more than Nathan Drake does in terms of environmental traversal, but it's a horror game. It's a horror game in which you're supposed to be scared of ghosts. And ghosts only attack you in ghost attack sequences, which half the time are you running towards the camera like a Crash Bandicoot
sequences. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and it's towards the camera. Like figure out which way to turn because you're running towards the camera.
Like run. Yeah. Okay.
But like the character is talking to the degree that I feel like they are afraid the player will get bored because they're just walking through kind of boring environments.
So what? Yeah, my question, whenever like I kind of hear about like a game like this that's so specific in its what it's trying to do, but it fails at that, is like, is there anything that it does successfully? Like, if the narrative isn't that compelling, what is it?
There's one thing it does successfully. It does have an Akira Yamaoka soundtrack.
Okay.
Which means that when music does play, it's good.
Okay.
It's good music.
Also, the main character looks cool.
Main character looks cool. Yeah, sure.
But
do you know what? This will make you laugh, Wooly. And Gene, I hope you can appreciate this, but you don't have the testing background, right? So the lip syncing in the game is terrible. Like, the facial animation in the game is awful. It's really bad. But you know what? It's a limited, it's an indie studio out in Eastern Europe. Maybe it's limited resources. So most of the people you're talking to in the game are ghosts. And that's fine, right? You're a medium, you're going to talk to ghosts. So the first ghost that you talk to is your dad. The game starts with your dad's funeral, and you help your dad pass on. And your dad zooms in, and he's like a normal-looking business dude, and he's got like a porcelain white mask on his face, and that's his visual ghost motif, right? And nothing about it animates. He just moves his head to talk, right? And I'm sitting there watching it, and I go, I bet that they didn't want to do more facial animation. So I bet every ghost in the game is going to wear a featureless porcelain mask. And sure enough, every ghost in the game wears a featureless, non-face animating porcelain mask.
Brilliant.
And it's just like, Yep.
On a design level.
Last but not least, the enemy that chases you. If it chases you in the nightmare world, you can see it. If it chases you in the real world, it's invisible, but it's got that predator invisibility thing, the shimmer.
Yep.
But the shimmer's not strong enough, so it's invisible. Like, it's just invisible. You can't see it. And so at some point the devs must have realized that like sequences were really, really difficult because you just can't see the enemy at all, and it insta kills you. So when you hold down like the spirit vision button, it points an arrow off your character's head towards where the monster is. like an arrow.
Oh no!
And
is
you're
it at
like,
least an immersive arrow? Is it like a spooky arrow? Did they,
it is.
Like, is it made of bones? Maybe
It is the
arrow stand.
Oh.
It is. I believe it's supposed to be a VHS pause sign and a play sign.
Oh no!
Next to each other, but it's just an arrow that points to the enemy, and when you get closer, it turns more red.
Oh yeah, a crazy taxi arrow that's just going like this.
Yeah.
And
totally,
like
Sega.
I'm staring at this, and I'm like, dude, they put this in like last month. Like, this is a last second solution to this problem.
Damn. Okay.
So the funniest thing is that
fucking
it's
rough.
called the medium, and I have all these complaints, but it's not running so poorly that it's funny. It's not bugging out in goofy ways. The dialogue isn't so bad that I'm laughing. it's medium. It's mid.
Okay.
It's dull. It's
Mid the
painfully
game.
dull. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Like, I cannot recommend it to anyone. And I was talking to DK Diamantes the other day, and he started running into progression blockers. He started running into having to load like 2-3 saves back in order to get past invisible walls because he can't climb up on mandatory ledges. Like,
Damn.
It feels like that the regular world and nightmare world split screen dynamic would be cool in like a Zelda puzzle like type of fashion, you know, like a light world, dark world type of thing, which Zelda I think would never do because the idea is so flimsy. But if another game was able to run with it, then that might be kind of fun.
So they use it like they do in Silent Hill 0, where they're just locations. They're just
So all like multiple worlds and like, you know, different games have tried to tackle that, but like if you're doing that, you have to kind of have the experience to know how to properly load that in, how to properly handle, you know, the asset spawning and when and how and where, and like and putting mirrors as well into the equation. If you don't really know what you're doing or how to optimize it, that's a strange thing to design if you don't have the experience for it, you know.
I would rather play the Titanfall 2 time travel level 10 times than continue playing the medium once.
So I'm looking, this is Bloober Team, who made Layers of Fear, Blair Witch, Observer. Okay.
So I also
remind you
found
of the Skyward Sword Desert Temple scene where you're constantly switching back and forth in time too. Like that was like that's like the good part of Skyward Sword, right? So
there's like, you know, Zelda games have done it a lot. Like pretty much, I want to say like probably half of Zelda games have some sort of a moment of switching between realities at some point. There's a lot of that. Doesn't Legacy of Kain as well have that?
Legacy of Kain has the light world and the spectral world,
right? So yeah, that's an established thing that, you know, you people have figured out a long time ago. But
also, Wooly, you'll as a occasional artist, do you like it when people just steal art?
Oh no.
So not in this game, but in the Layers of Fear series, they totally stole some of those paintings and just put them in their game without permission. But Wooly, I'm going to send you a screenshot in the Discord call of the game's release trailer. And tell me if this looks like a certain Hellboy monster. So
I don't remember. That's the
best screenshot I could get from the monster. It looks terrible. It is a low-rent version of the Hellboy 2 Angel of Death from the end of that movie, which I posted for you in that Discord chat as well.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
It is just a shitty-looking version of that monster.
That sucks, man, because like people are gonna immediately know. Like if it's an homage, it's an homage, it's intended. But if it's just a rip and they've already that's not good, man. Come on.
It's just a rip. It's a bad rip. It's like a worse version.
Are the paintings
that game's
like?
Not worth.
Are the paintings like classical paintings from hundreds of years ago?
No. I believe they were like more modern ones.
They're like deviant art crap.
Yeah.
So don't waste your time with the medium. I do have good news though. I watched The Void and I watched Psycho Goreman. They're great. Particularly Psycho Goreman, which just came out.
Yeah, I saw a bunch of trailers for it.
I can only describe Psycho Goreman's storytelling as manic. The plot makes no sense. It has no theme. The special effects range from incredible to some of the cheapest I've ever seen. it's hilarious, and it features a surprise guest appearance by Rich Evans, which I was watching it with Paige, and she picked it out. I was like, "Is that Rich Evans?" Like, yes, it is Rich. How? Holy shit! You should like The Void is like a real movie. Like, it's a real movie about cultists and Cthulhu shit, and it's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Psycho Gorman is something that you would have convinced me to go see at Fantasia.
Okay. It's a Fantasia movie. Perfect.
It's a Fantasia movie.
Got it.
It is trash, and it's one of my favorite movies that I've watched in a long time.
Yeah, I see a screenshot of a brain with eyeballs on it. So
yeah, that character just hangs out.
So we're into it already.
Yeah. We're good. We're good to go.
I'm into it. And Rich Evans there being there for some reason sounds like a pretty good.
Rich Evans is like a secret cameo, like genuinely, like it's weird. The character he plays does not look like Rich Evans. But yeah, you should all watch The Void and Psycho Gorman. They're great. They're great.
See, that's it's a Fantasia movie because the name alone is what people are like, yeah, give me tickets to that. What is it? Who cares? We're going. Just on title alone.
Sounds like a good law firm too. Yeah, come to the law office of Psycho Gorman.
Yeah, all you got to do is take the E out. Just soften the E a little bit.
Gorman. Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect.
But yeah, that's been my week. It's been great. It's been a great week aside from the Medium, which wasted my fucking time.
Okay.
Bullshit.
All right, so I don't have much to say because I have been doing one thing and one thing only, and that is Guilty Gear lore. However, I guess I can say that technically I've been playing a lot of Guilty Gear 2 Overture.
Oh my god, no, I don't want to talk about this.
So in the process of doing this project, I have to go back and do my research. So I've been playing a whole lot of Overture. And man, it is interesting because it's gotten re-released on Steam, right? So they did port it so that you can experience it in its full glory in the modern era. Have you ever do you know anything about Guilty Gear Overture by any chance?
I'll be back.
Gene?
I'm taking a piss.
I do. I played the Guilty Gear games early on, but I don't think I played Overture. I played Overture at all.
Okay, because he's out of here.
I stopped at like Guilty Gear X or something, and I don't even know if this is before or after. So
this takes place after, and all of that and more will be detailed exactly in the upcoming Guilty Gear lore video, part 3. However, this is basically a game that was made as the Guilty Gear series, like the main storyline. In a way, like the creator has wanted the main storyline to be like a separate thing from like the X and XX series and games, because those games are a lot of like non-canon events and non-canon characters and things happening in a way.
Okay.
So this was an attempt to put a number on it to say like, no, like the X games are spin-offs in a way, but this is the next entry officially. And well, I'm going to break down what happens in the lore of it and stuff, which, all continues onwards to the next series. But just mechanically, it was so weird at the time because the franchise was a fighting game series, and Overture was a complete change in genre, right? It turned from a fighting game into a new hybrid arena pseudo action brawler, pseudo MOBA, or like RTS in a way. So you have a main character that's on the map in a 3D area. There's lanes, and you have a spawn base that generates workers or attackers of different classes, and you send them to different rally points to work their way across the map to the enemy's base. And in the meantime, you're running around playing a third-person action game on the map, and you can attack the other commander or their ghosts. You know?
Yeah, I 100% never even heard of this game.
It's crazy.
Wow.
It's
It
nuts.
looks like a single player Smite.
So the thing with it is that it is not good, and it is very, very like out there with what it's trying to do, but I feel as if I can see a functioning version of that with, like, nowadays you could make a game like that could work if you just streamlined a whole lot of it, you know? It was aiming to do RTS at the same time as third person action, and like it ends up kind of like failing to deliver a compelling version of either. But it would not be impossible to marry those two genres together into a successful game if both of them felt really good, and if it didn't feel as if you had to kind of stop playing to manage one or the other. I've talked about how when I played World of Warcraft, god damn it.
Wait, what?
I'm sorry. Warcraft 3. I do this every time. Every time. Every time. Oh man. It's too late. It's too late. It's wired in my brain. When I think of Warcraft, it's the words "world of" are going to precede it. It's just going to happen. I'm sorry. Damn it. Okay. I talk often about when I played Warcraft 3 and the hero system was overwhelming to me personally, but it was too much to deal with at the same time. This is a lot of that feeling, but I didn't feel as if in Warcraft 3 it wasn't going to be fun to do those things, whereas here both sides are just under delivering, you know? The thing is, of course, is when you're playing it and it's a Guilty Gear game and you're like, man, like, I like these characters, I like this world, I want to plow through it for the lore purposes. At the time, it was immensely upsetting to fans of the series that were really looking forward to a new fighting game, you know? And thankfully, it didn't land, and then they went back to fighting games, which is the forte of the franchise. But the revisit has been really weird because, like I said, it's just as bad as you remember. But now with hindsight, you can see where they could have tightened up some things, you know? For example, like I like just the way you pull up your units and control them is you press D-pad to the left and it pulls up a map, and then you have to move a cursor around and, like, you know, kind of do what you would want to do with a mouse, except you're doing it with sticks, you know, in a way. And while you're doing that, like, the game is active. Like, you can put on easier options to pause the time when you pull up that map. But if you're playing multiplayer in the way this is kind of intended to be, you like pulling that up and sending those commands and doing all of that, you're still vulnerable. But it's a necessary part of the game to occasionally stand still and manage, you know, that side of the screen while things are happening around you in a way, you know? I'm sure, like, there could have been a just a more intuitive version of it that was, like, based on like using like shortcuts or, like, you know, in quick selection of, like, every point of interest on the map when you pull it up instead of having to necessarily cursor over it, for example. The idea of, like, a base that, you know, could be a bit more automated in what it does. Like, there's things to do. There's ways you can approach this where you kind of have a fun action game and at the same time there's other things to worry about on the map and stuff. But it was aiming a bit too high, and I feel as if, like, the idea was if this landed, it could have been an esport. I think they might have, you know, they might have anticipated that a successful version of this game could pick up and become an esport.
Fucking mind.
I think
I'm just cracking up in the chat. So, go ahead.
I feel that might have been a discussion.
Someone in chat says Willie filibusters Congress by explaining the plot of Guilty Gear, and it's like, man, that would totally fucking work. That would totally fucking work.
So
we
you
can
have
get
to
Willie in office right now. I'm sorry.
And then Dr. Paradigm shows up, and you see Dizzy. Now, at the time that it was made, Dizzy was technically still owned not by Arc System Works, so they couldn't use the word Dizzy. They couldn't say the character's name. So they just called her the Maiden of the Grove, because the Maiden of the Grove is not going to get them in legal trouble. But the
is
name
that why
Dizzy
they don't
is
own
copyrighted.
Dizzy? That's
Soul
weird.
Bad Guy and Kai Kisk are in fact owned by, Arc System Works. However, the other characters were not, and that's why they had to refer to them in indirect ways. You see? Eventually, they got the license back, and they were able to pull it back together. But
I really only have one thought that I always come back to when I think about Guilty Gear Overture, other than that game is trash. I feel legitimately, genuinely terrible for Daisuke, the director and the creator of the Guilty Gear series, because the way that he pitched it was, I made a fighting game because I did the tech and the resources weren't there to make my dream game. And here it is, guys, my dream game, my magnum opus, the game that will define my career, the one I've always wanted to make. And it's garbage.
Dude,
it's fucking terrible, and it flopped super hard.
Like I said, man, I can feel the part of it where it's like, yo, we're inventing a genre here. This is going to be so addictive at the core that people are just going to play it a lot, and we're going to have different maps, and we can expand on it with new units, and this is going to be the next level of competitive, like half fighting game, half RTS, because we're going to bring those worlds together, and this is an esport in the making. Like, you can kind of feel it. You can kind of feel that energy a little bit. Anyway, just flopped on all those fronts, and it was what it was, but they did. I'm glad that they did port it. I'm glad that I didn't have to dig up a 360 to go plug that in and find out more. And I remember Kizzy K, who's a known really good anime player, had him on for an episode of Guilty Gear Accent Core, Get Into Fighting Games, and he was explaining how that was his introduction to the franchise. That was the first game he played, and I was like, oh my God, that is the weirdest way to come in the back door on this franchise and find out what it actually is about. In fact, it's probably best if you started on a weird one, right? Because it's only uphill from there. If you start on Devil May Cry 2 and you don't know any better, you're probably going to go like, well, that was a kind of boring game, but it was interesting how he juggled things with his guns, and then you go and you...
I Devil May Cry 2 over the weekend for some reason too, so there's that.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well,
yeah.
I can't understand why, but that.
No.
But yeah, if you're coming in from that side of things, it's all uphill from there. So, it's actually not the worst idea. But in any case, it is something that, and I've mentioned this a couple times before too. But there's a game called Sacrifice back in the day that was also third-person RTS, where you can run alongside your units and command them on the field, and it was a bit much, but like, again, the idea was there. Brutal Legend comes to mind as well, and
another bad game.
Well, but Brutal Legend, and the thing about that, the funny part is that Brutal Legend did it better, even though it failed at what it was trying to do. It did it better than Overture did, so. I say, there's something here maybe, but you have to take both components and make them really, really fun on their own and find a way to marry them without overbearing the player, unless there's other examples that I just don't know of, where it's a third-person action game with an RTS at the same time and you control both and it doesn't feel like shit.
I can't think of any third-person action games, but I can think of some first-person action games that do work really well as RTS games. But the core of it is that it has to be multiplayer, and the RTS units have to be human beings, and the commander has to be a completely separate role that just oversees the map, and they're the only one that gets to play RTS. Like natural selection is pretty good, for example, and does
So
that.
folks are saying Overlord and Pikmin.
Overlord is not good. Pikmin's okay. Pikmin's pretty good.
Although Pikmin, though, like I've never, I don't know how it works multiplayer. Does Pikmin ever get to a point where like you have like bases and buildings and units, and you're sending out the Pikmin in different areas of the map? They just follow you, right?
It's just you and your Pikmins.
Yeah, so that's not quite the same, because Wonderful 101 is you in a big group as well, but that's not quite the same as like.
You're right. Wonderful 101 is
RTSing.
a third person strategy game.
It's
Yeah.
an RTS, yeah. It's Wonderful
No.
101's an RTS.
Yeah, no, it just if all your units are following you all around at the same time, then that doesn't count. I would say, like, it needs to be a map where people are doing different objectives on far away from you at the same time as you're playing the
Honestly, the closest I can genuinely think of to this is Dynasty Warriors, where you or like Hyrule Warriors, where you send individual heroes to different parts of the map to handle it.
Fire Emblem Warriors. Fire Emblem Warriors did that.
Okay.
You had a rock paper scissors dynamic for different troop types that you would send.
Huh. Okay.
Is that game good?
Is it? Yeah.
It's not bad. It's kind of like a strategy game, except that you got to control the different emblem characters, and like if they're on horses, and you got to send them over to the sword guys. So it's a little bit more involved than your regular Muso, which can be annoying, you know, if you just want to play Muso. So there's that.
I mean,
All
you
right.
know what?
15 years and we got one that's not bad. It's a start.
Well, look, here's the real conclusion. MOBAs, they figured it out. They realized how to do it. You know, games like League and Dota realize how to do it. You make a hero, you have lanes, you have creep, you have, you know, 3 areas that whatever your you know, slaves are going to walk down or whatever, and you pick one, and then you engage with the other player, and they figured it out. That's exactly what it needed to be. And
you control the one unit, and then the RTS stuff is automatic.
Exactly. And I think and like it matters enough that you have to pay attention to it and like make decisions on where to go and why, you know, but you don't have to micromanage the RTS aspect of it.
Wooly, you should get into MOBAs. You should play a MOBA.
I'm okay. Thank you.
You should try a MOBA.
As someone who is not in, I can say, like, standing out here looking at Guilty Gear 2 Overture and these other games that, like, the idea, this is what they were kind of aiming for, but just didn't quite successfully stick the landing on, you know?
What if Guilty Gear Overture was the esport of today?
Man.
No, that would be...
What kind of world we would be living in a world where Guilty Gear was no longer a fighting game. And that would suck. So I hate that reality.
Like, while I do think you're absolutely out of your goddamn mind that you think that it could have been a popular esport.
I don't think that. I'm saying
I mean,
think
if it was a better game.
No. Stop. That's not what I said. I said I feel like they thought it could be
that's very different.
Yes, I think no, I don't think that. I'm saying I feel like they thought it could have been that.
Maybe.
Feel in the design that they were thinking about it on that level with the map variations they put out and the rule variations that you can play with in multiplayer. Hell no, that's different.
I mean, I don't think esports actually even existed in its state for that at the time, but I do get what you mean more now. Like that, I can see that. I can. But I do want to say there are superficially, at least, enough similarities to Smite that, like, it if it were released at a different time and it were better, there could be some people that played it, because people do play Smite. And
If
Smite
it looked,
is kind of, you know,
if
like it's
it
got the
looked
same
as
camera
good
angle.
as Xrd, it would get people's attention and eyeballs on that alone. You know, it's the name that you're already familiar with, so then you're going to take a look and see what's going on. And if MOBAs and League already existed, then they could have just kind of taken some cues and more or less copied.
Yeah, so instead of
Oh.
KDA, we would have Guilty Gear Girls as the K-pop group.
Yeah, there you go.
Effectively. You know?
So I have a question for you, Wooly. Now that you're the Guilty Gear lore master,
oh boy,
who do you think in the cast of Guilty Gear would be the most busted jungler?
Well, I'm gonna go ahead and just guess what the definition of a jungler is, and
I picked the specifically weirdest positional term to give you.
I'm gonna say Jack O Valentine, because Jack O has spawn points she puts down on the fighting game stage that generate enemies that follow her commands and come and attack you at a certain interval. So she is kind of like a MOBA-ish character in a fighting game already.
I can see that. Yeah, actually, you defeated my trap. Congrats.
Thank you. Yeah. But that's it. You know, just I'm working over here, and
oh, that's it, Willie.
Yeah, I'm working over here, and I'm booting up Guilty Gear Overture. You know, in the every once in a while.
Willy Buster.
Yes, that's. Hey man, Patton Oswalt can do it. I can do it.
Exactly.
Just watch. Yeah. So that's pretty much my week. But well, let's. This is where we'll do the plugs if you want to tune in, because I still have not, but we are pretty much seconds away from beating 13 Sentinels.
I've legitimately never been more annoyed by the Montreal curfew than when I went to your stream VOD and scrolled all the way to the end, because that's the only part of your playthrough I want to watch, right? I want to see the final conversation. And you're like, oh shit, you got to get out of here. And I'm like, you are an hour from the end of the game. You were there.
Yes,
you were
exactly.
There.
But it's the end of the game and the conversation. And I would rather not have that while the police are kicking in the doors and dropping through the windows, as Reggie is out doing the curfew. So we couldn't risk it. It's just more important to fucking not get in trouble there. So we left off with about an hour to go, I guess, and then a conversation to finish it out on. And it was pretty interesting too, because Punch Mom in the other room was basically caught up and watching us live stream at the same time. So like she was just sitting there like on a delay, watching what we were doing in the living room right over a couple feet.
Oh, that's weird.
Very much so. And I called her out for being a weirdo on it. So, but no, for the finale stream, since she's caught up too, like I'm sure we can have an interesting discussion about what's going on and stuff. So the end of 13 Sentinels will be this week for sure, as well as return to Yakuza 0. I'm getting some strats for Shakedown handling. Mr. Shakedown's getting a lot less scary. So that's cool.
Oh, he becomes like a money tree after a certain like mental progression.
Starting to see that, and getting some tips from Captain Carl. So cheers on that. That's going to resume, and then of course Reggie versus Demon Souls as well. So we're going to be coming back this week. I still need time, of course, to finish off what I'm working on, but we're going to be looking at the end of 13 Sentinels, and then what I'm thinking immediately is before we jump right into the next thing, because I ran a poll, I got some feedback, some people have been giving some really cool suggestions. I'm gonna just double up on Reggie versus Demon Souls to get some further progress in that for a while, and then we're gonna bring in the next LP. So that's over on Wooly Versus on Twitch and on YouTube. And if you want, this is where you can jump in with any directional plugs, Gene, for where people can check
Gene,
out.
what do you got going on?
Fucking follow me on Gene Park on Twitter. We do have a launcher channel. I don't know the URL, so let me just look at it now. But we are the launcher, Washington Post, YouTube launcher.
Wapo.
Gene, you got your plugs ready, man.
Yeah. No, we are the launcher at YouTube. We just follow us on launcher.
Follow them on Launcher.
All right.
I don't think we even have a custom URL yet, so there's that too. But we're gonna start streaming on YouTube more too. I was starting to do that on Twitch a little bit more. I'm also on Twitch too, and I hope to stream more someday, but only when I get the energy for it. I don't know how you guys do it.
Yo, Gene, you should play 13 Sentinels.
I kind of want to, but it's not really right. So I don't know if I'll like it.
It's not really what,
I think I will like it.
It's not really what? You could have.
It's not really my thing.
Your thing. Okay.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Okay.
I still have to finish Like a Dragon. I'm still not done with that one either.
Dude, what are you doing? That's the most bizarrely on point story of the year in video games.
Yeah, no, I gotta. I take forever on Yakuza games. I'm just Judgment took me 6 months to finish. Yeah,
I beat Judgment last month.
Yeah, see,
are you looking for content ideas for the Washington Post YouTube channel? Because
why
have you considered that? Check this,
Wapo,
right?
So
sounds a lot like WAP.
Yeah,
Washington Post
and pussy,
and you put it there. You go. You put them together.
I think we talked about that idea, and it was tanked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there was Wapo and Waluigi thing, because I wrote the Waluigi post about 2 years ago when we found out that Waluigi was going to be a totem character or whatever they are in Smash. So there was a cross Waluigi Washington Post thing, and Reggie Fils-Aimé actually read that piece too, which was really nice. So that was cool.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about him a little bit later, because he's in an interesting place in this whole current affair. What's up?
Willie, have some class, for fuck's sake.
Hey, man.
Yeah. Get your goddamn pussy jokes out of this podcast. We try and run it clean in here.
WAP parodies are still ripe, okay? If you haven't been paying attention, that's still premium meme currency. All right, just putting it out there.
All right, well, it's time for me to plug my stuff. Hey, gang, ignore what Woolie's talking about. Just don't listen to him at all. If you want to see some streams, go down to twitch.tv/PatStaresAt. It's a fucking mess this week. The schedule's a mess because I was supposed to play Medium. I was supposed to beat Medium, and I don't want to play that shit. So I'm going to be checking out Bug Fables, Hitman 1, because I'm not buying that on the Epic Store. I'm not doing it. Nah, because I don't even know if my progress will carry over. They still haven't fixed that shit. They said a week before Hitman 3 came out, guys, don't worry. We're going to fix it. You guys won't have to, you won't have to rebuy anything. It's well, okay, when is that going to... Anyway. So I'm playing
Bug Fables. I got Hitman 3 on Xbox too, because all my Hitman 1-2 progress is on Xbox. I'm just whatever.
There you go. Yeah.
Speaking of progress, I heard some shit about KOTOR.
Oh, dude. I ran into a fun bug where I would hit a load screen and it would just die.
So
and I had to do a total reinstall and redo all the mods in order to find the conflict.
Yeah, like we were warned about like progression blocking issue possibilities at a couple places I remember now, and I don't know if this is possible, but save editing can be done.
Mm-hmm.
You might be able to salvage it with someone that can help you with save editing.
Oh, I fixed it.
Oh,
I canceled the LP, then stayed up late, fixed it, and then
oh,
uncanceled it.
okay, okay,
There's two load screens. There's the
gotcha.
load screen into Dantooine, and there's the load screen into Duxon, which are notorious, where somehow the save will get corrupted, and it will just load in like the wrong value, and it'll load you into fucking nowhere, and it'll be
Mm-hmm.
broken forever. I
Mm-hmm.
got really lucky in that by uninstalling and reinstalling everything, I fixed it.
Okay.
But I did look into that save editing. And the save editing that is required for that is not the same save editing that you would go to cheat yourself up to a higher level. It
Okay.
is for real ass code shit
Gotcha. Okay.
that is terrifying that I would never be able to do. But yeah, no, I totally fixed that.
Yeah, because
I'm a genius.
Sure, I was backing up the saves every session, just in case, because there was enough warnings about progression blockers, and luckily we just never hit one.
So fun fact,
okay.
Willie, you got lucky, but that wouldn't have helped you because the bug that causes that is early and becomes baked into the background of the save file.
Ooh, okay.
So you would have run into a situation where you're like, oh, well, we have a backup from last week, and you'd go back to last week and recreate all your steps and run into the same fucking problem. Okay. So that's super. That game is still falling apart even after all these years.
Well, just play the mobile version, and then you can, if you ever need to.
Don't do that because that doesn't have the restore content mod.
Yeah, well, hey. All right. We tried.
All right. So, before I forget, Bug Fables, Hitman, Neo 2, and more KOTOR. Neo 2 is coming out on the PC. Finally, I can give that game a shot. I feel bad. I streamed that when it came out, and I had a horrible migraine, and I fought the unkillable Asylum Demon equivalent, and then went, great. And then never beat it, never played it again.
You can get restored content on your phone, apparently. Oh, shit.
Oh, really?
There you go.
But most importantly, Friday night around 8 o'clock, I'll be streaming Neo in the early afternoon. But around 8 o'clock, come down to twitch.tv, Pat stares at, because Square Enix is going to be announcing something for Final Fantasy XIV. It's the expansion. And no one knows what it'll be called. It's going to be called Forspoken. So this is their replacement event where they kept saying, well, we're going to check to see if we can do a fan fest if the COVID, haha. And then no, not going to happen. So that's probably going to be like a 8-9 hour stream. I'm going to be tired, but whatever. Come hang out. Maybe it'll be Chemist. Hopefully it'll be Chemist. Please put a fucking Chemist job in.
I'm going to be doing some off-stream homework in Neo 2 as well, actually, just to peep what's going on there for future consideration. Yeah, good shit.
Yeah, is that because you can punch things in that game now?
I mean, that certainly helps. It certainly helps, but the announcement of like the full collection and package and everything that they've been talking about recently is just, I've been looking at it forever now, just going like, I only stopped playing this because of time. Like, I loved every second of the time I did put in, so yeah, cool. All right. Let's take a quick word from our sponsors before we get into the news. So this week, the podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. You know the deal.
I love ExpressVPN.
You want to watch cool things, but the powers that be say no. Why let them?
No, you dirty Canadian. Get off my delicious American Netflix.
We can smell the maple on you. Get out. Yeah, it's pretty not great. If you happen to live in America, then you might not feel this as much, but you might still occasionally feel it if you're looking to stream from content from Europe or from Japan or from anywhere else for that matter. So there's all kinds of restrictions on what you're allowed to enjoy that kind of suck based on where you are in the world. And on top of that, of course, there's security purposes as well, where a VPN can come in handy. So ExpressVPN is the place to go. It's pretty simple. I got the app on my phone. I click on a video. It says, you can't watch this. I go, fuck you, I can. I open it up. I tap the button, and I go watch it. And it's just that simple. Yeah. And it's single click. It's the #1 rated VPN by CNET, Wired, The Verge, and countless others. So don't you let your ISPs tell you what to do. You can rebel like a Hot Topic teenager with ExpressVPN. Yeah. Anyway, you go. What? I'm trying.
Hot Topic teenager. Hot Topic teenagers never successfully rebelled against nothing. Every time I use ExpressVPN, I get to see the thing I want. Why would you do this?
Folks, we're running a podcast here. We got a sponsor. Get the app, click the button, help the show, all right? You know what this is. Shut up. Visit expressvpn.com/superbeast. You can use the exclusive link expressvpn.com/superbeast, and you can get an extra 3 months free. That's expressvpn.com/superbeast. Thanks, ExpressVPN.
Thanks, ExpressVPN.
All right.
As the American representation on this podcast, I'm not allowed to speak.
There you go. That's fine. This is a Maple Leaf hour. Don't worry about it. Also, this week, we've got a new sponsor here. Castle Super Beast is sponsored by Manly Bands. So here's a new one, and of course he walks away right during the introduction of the new sponsor. But hey, folks, we've got...
I got stuff going on in my life here, man!
Well, what is more important in your life than the possibility of a wedding ring?
I don't know.
Yeah! Kind of important, wouldn't you say?
Oh, I'm sweating.
Okay. Well, as you know, most of the time, our better halves are looking towards the perfect wedding ring, and that's what time is spent planning and fantasizing over. The cut, the clarity, the color, all of that, you name it. But for us, not so much the same thing. So Manly Bands is here to rescue you from a hellish buying experience for the perfect wedding ring. And yeah, they got all kinds of cool options you can check out. First, they send along a ring sizer, and it's kind of like this thing I got. And then you size yourself in your finger, and then when you find out what size, you let them know, and then they send you one of their Manly Bands, like I have gotten here. They have an insane selection of materials to choose from: gold, wood, antler, steel, dinosaur bone, and even the meteorites that killed them.
Get out, dinosaur bone.
Dinosaur bone or meteorites? Which side of the battle are you on?
I mean, we know who won. I mean,
well, then you can you can get a ring made of that material. Yeah, it's kind of nuts.
So you just punch dinosaurs in the face and they just die.
Like kryptonite, right? Absolutely. It's a natural fit. There you go. Like it's a wedding ring company, but they got all kinds of cool unusual designs and types. You've also got curated collections like Chris Harrison or the Jack Daniels Whiskey Barrel Collection. So you can even go that route with it. Once you selected your band, Manly Bands offers free shipping worldwide and a 30-day exchange policy and a free warranty. So, hey, and okay. While there might be a 50% chance of your marriage working out, there's a 100% chance you're going to love your band. That is right
Get
there.
out that part of the ad copy.
That is right there. I swear
That's
to God.
incredible. That's great.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good sponsor.
There you go. So I checked it out. I was able to get, I found a style that I liked. I got the Record Producer, which is a pretty cool, simple design. It's black tungsten on the outside, gold on the inside. So, you know, you got a little bit of that, like not too flashy here, but a little hint of the flashiness facing inward, which is my style, and I digged it. So you can check out what they got going on. What's up?
You know what I'm just thinking?
Yeah.
You know what's really romantic?
Mm-hmm.
Because if you get your manly band wedding ring that your SO really like, you can get a decent deal here. Then you can use the money you would have saved and just spend it on the significant other.
Right?
Flowers, candy. Probably not a trip right now. Probably not.
But you can get something that suits your style and your fancy. And there you go. Exactly. You can save. And
a human skull.
Yeah, and I gotta say, looking through the best-selling ring collection, they've got quite a few really cool design types with fun names like the Overlord, the Hunter, the Elk, the Zeppelin, the Journeyman, the Fitzgerald, etc., etc., etc. Fun designs. Check them out. So yeah, for more information, you can order your Manly Band and get 20% off plus a free silicone ring. Go to manlybands.com/superbeast and enter promo code superbeast. That's manlybands.com/superbeast. Code superbeast for 20% off. Manly Bands, the best damn rings, period. There you go. Kudos to that copy. That's good shit.
It's really brutal ad copy.
That's great.
I like how they just assume that your audience will be a bunch of potential divorcees. Like,
I mean,
half your audience is probably gonna get
We're all
divorced.
potential divorcees.
there you go. Exactly.
Unless you're the Sigma male.
That's true. That's true.
Where does the Sigma male fit into the Manly Band model? That's the question. Yeah.
Sigma Manly Band, yeah.
In any case,
I'm really excited for the eventual Manly Band collab with Toei to release the Vegeta.
okay. Sure.
It's blue with lightning on it, and it goes well with your dress shirt.
Mm-hmm. I haven't spent a lot of my life wearing too much hand jewelry things, so I've become the kind of person that constantly plays with it while it's on. I've noticed. I'm just not used to the feeling. Anyway, let's get into what's going on. So, mere seconds before clicking the play button, Google Stadia has shut down its internal studios, changing its business focus. I was getting worried after they continued to survive way longer than I thought. And the last time I brought this up, I was like, okay, what the fuck? Why won't you die? I got money riding on this. And it turns out that I was but a week or two early. Common sense has finally hit Google. Yeah, I honestly, like, I continue to say this. So let's get to the announcement. Basically, looking at this Kotaku article on it, and there's a studio in Montreal, there's a studio in Los Angeles. Neither has released any games yet. There's around 150 developers that have been involved, and they're going to try to find those developers new roles at Google. Jade Raymond was actually there. Oh, interesting. I didn't realize Jade Raymond was working over there too.
You did.
Did I talk about this
And
already?
that's my favorite part of the story.
Did I talk about that?
Know that Jade Raymond worked there.
Did I forget? I must have
You forgot because we covered a story 1 year ago where they described opening up the Montreal studio headed by Jade Raymond.
Oh my god.
And we had a discussion about what it must feel like to work on a game that you 100% know will never come out.
Okay. Yeah, that's gone. It's that I put that save on the cloud. So that memory has been completely erased.
I met her. She was like one of the last people I met before this whole lockdown thing happened too.
Really?
I met her at the Dice Summit, and she was still with Google. We were both on the panel together. She was representing Google.
Okay.
Not doing that anymore.
Yeah, well,
talk about the great future of Google and everything in Stadia.
So it looks like
very nice. Very cool. I was super glad to meet her because Jade was part of the initial run of Assassin's Creed. So.
Mm-hmm.
So it looks like most of the team is gonna move into other places at Google. She's gonna exit the company, so she'll be going elsewhere, and Google will continue to operate the gaming service and its $10 monthly pro service. So it will continue to exist in some sort of zombie form, but I guess the new developments and actual push of the brand are over, quote unquote push. So I said this a couple times now, and I'm gonna say it one more time here. If this project existed as a simple Google Lab thing, where it was sitting in a place with no expectations, not really looking to get into the commercial space at this point because they're still figuring out the ins and outs of it, and it was like, hey, Google's checking out this idea and possibly considering making tech that could be useful in the future for whatever purposes, it wouldn't have had this stigma around it. The energy around it comes from coming into this space and kind of looking at it and going, yeah, consoles are over, the cloud is the future, and that really weird last second announcement of we're going to introduce the brand and the name and some of the features, but we're not going to actually tell you what it is. The fact that the initial announcement was, what is Stadia? No, really, what is it? For at least, I want to say a week or two, before we started finding out what the details were, added to a very confusing lifetime for this entire project that didn't have to be this way, really. I don't know. That's how I feel about it. It could have just been a lab project.
I think Facebook, we all hate Facebook for many reasons, but I do think that Facebook has actually taken that approach in terms of what they're doing with cloud gaming. None of what they're offering is charged. It's all free. It's all native to their feed where you can just play the games within your Facebook app or whatever, and they're all low latency games that don't require a lot of low latency. A lot of them are mobile games, or a lot of them are just point and click games. So that seems like what you're talking about, Wooly, about we're just testing the ground, we're trying to see what works and what doesn't, versus what Stadia did, which you're right, they came in not just as we're going to replace a console, but then the way they messaged it was like a console launch. They had a press conference and everything. They looked at what Microsoft and Sony does with E3, and they just tried to do the same thing, and we're just like, well, so what though,
Mm-hmm. I can almost imagine a timeline of events, behind the scenes, where maybe while this was in its experimental phases and they were kind of, putting it together, there was a discussion point where they decided we could either be middleware or we can go our own route, and a lot of companies these days are developing their own solutions. So, if you're going to be middleware, you have to stand out leaps and bounds ahead of anyone else that could develop similar tech. But positioning yourself as a challenger in the generation with something that is just way too premature for people, and again doesn't get around the massive uncomfortable issue of digital is still digital, but digital on the cloud where you only actually get your metadata and you really don't own any part of it whatsoever, especially if something gets delisted, is not something you can hand wave and ignore. It's a massive, uncomfortable problem for asking people to spend their money, you know? And they seem to just be like, no, it'll be fine. Perhaps thinking that as we go forward into the future, ownership over things that are digital will be less and less common, so people will just get used to that. But right now, we're certainly not.
Yeah, it's almost like they wanted to do what Apple does, and it's like we know that you don't know that you need this, but we think you might do, and then everyone's like, no, we actually don't need this right now. So it's like,
yeah, I mean, there's a part of this where, like, even though, you know, digital, I remember when digital games first became a much bigger deal, and, you know, PSP downloaded only games were a thing. I remember being like, well, I like having the physical thing because I always want to be able to go back to it years down the line. And then eventually, you know, space and other things made it so that digital became much more common and expected. And Steam is just what it is. It's the way we play games now. But the fact that PT came out on PS4 and then got delisted, but I still have it on my console and I can still go boot it up if I wanted to, in a world where if you have it on, if you update or if you get it, if there's any opportunity to, Sony would take it off your console if they were allowed to do what they wanted. But you still have it there. It means you can still preserve things, whether you're offline or not. And the cloud being, you know, that mandatory extra step that keeps you away from actually having the offline game is just way too, it's too far for me, you know? Even if the latency was half decent, which it fucking wasn't, as you proved, you know?
oh yeah. Yeah. In case people don't know, I was the guy in the GIF when Stadia came out, pressing jump on Destiny 2 and going like because it took forever. And I was on the work Wi-Fi, which you know, to be fair, it's a very crowded network. But you know, the same thing happened at home too. So it's like if I can't do it at home, then or at work,
fuck it.
You know,
Yep.
I don't want to play Destiny 2 this way.
So I've been spending my time trying to find a photo of an old Stadia PR stunt, and I finally found it. And I will put it in the Discord chat for y'all if you want to take a goddamn look at it. And it perfectly sums up everything going on with Stadia from top to bottom. It is a outdoor exhibition of everything you dream can be built. And it is the Dreamcast, the Power Glove, and a cartridge for E.T. for the Atari in glass. And then a sign that says coming soon. And then a little blurb about the Stadia. And eventually the person who built that exhibit came out and said that they had a really good idea. And then Google changed their mind like 3 times about what the message of the piece was supposed to be. And ended up with like a bunch of bullshit that accidentally said that their console was going to be a fucking disaster. And that level of management nonsense, I feel like it was a perfect microcosm of everything that we ever saw with the Stadia.
Oh gosh, this is a good meme template too.
It's pretty good.
Good meme template.
I remember when were they interviewing Phil Harrison when somebody asked them, it's like, okay, so the games cost the same amount as a regular game, but what do you do when the servers go offline? And he just kind of just said, we think we're providing a great value with the online. It's like, didn't answer the question. Nope. It's like, all right, shit's over. Everybody give up. This thing's going to die.
And a game got delisted the other day, and then anyone who owned it no longer owned it. And that was that. Right? Like that was the thing that came up. I remember, and then like, you know, Samurai Showdown was being brought up, but it was kind of like, oh my God, like really? The netcode is bad enough as it is. Now we got to add an extra layer of input delay to me playing the game itself. Then it has to go through the netcode. Like,
oh yeah, it's already rough on PS4 when I was trying to play Sam Show.
Locally, right. Yeah. Now you're gonna play online, and go through input lag on your you know to the game system server directly, and then through the netcode after that. It's ridiculous, you know, if you can't even find a match for that matter. So yeah, it sucks because again, it's just like you had ideas here, and I guarantee that we're going to be revisiting them in the future, right? Cloud is absolutely going to become more and more of a thing going forward, but like this was just the worst way to roll it out and implement it. And it feels like they must have spent, you know, the money to hire people to be there and advise on, like, you know, what the industry is doing and how the reception would be, but kind of choose to just brute force through those reports and decide, no, we're just going to do it anyway. It'll be fine. You know, we'll make we'll get out there, and anyone who owns a Chromecast will have access to it, or if you own any device, you can do it, and it'll be fine. I got a code to load it up, and I never even bothered. Like, I straight up, I started the process once by downloading the app, and then I got to the fucking login screen or whatever, and I just went, what the fuck am I doing? Like, I have literally better things to do with my time right now, and I just stopped halfway through the registration. Like,
I play the same games that you already have, or you're already tired of. That's the thing, you know? It's like Fortnite should have been on Stadia. Fortnite would have been perfect for Stadia, you know?
There you go. Right?
Yeah.
It should have been free to play games on Stadia. I'm surprised that they didn't go harder on that, you know?
You know, and we've got contemporaries, and like you've got other things that are kind of approaching this kind of thing. We talked about the Game Pass and how like Microsoft is doing that for people, which is just, you know, money for selection, Netflix of games, as it were. It doesn't come up often, but Apple Arcade is legit. Apple Arcade is a collection of games. You can play them on your phone, and you can get a real controller and play them. You know, like stuff like that is still happening here in the background, and you know, it's not as much of a waste of time in a way. So it's
not. I use xCloud pretty regularly, actually. You know, it's kind of it's like having a mobile Xbox in my couch or in bed. It's kind of nice.
So this comes together, and I mentioned just before we started, because like I'm sure you've forgotten it by now, but just in case you guys don't remember, never forget that the Amazon Luma has been announced. And that's Amazon's cloud gaming service that's on its way.
So right before the podcast started, Wooly said something similar to this, but he did not say the word Amazon. He just said the word Luma. And until you just said Amazon, I, for the life of me, could not remember what that is.
The Amazon Luna is the new cloud thing that they're going to be rolling out. And the main difference here was, well, they showed the controller, and then they introduced that there would be gaming channels that had their own rates. So the Luna Plus channel is going to have, you know, their collection of games, but there's a Ubisoft channel that has a collection of Ubisoft games specifically. And I'm just looking at it, for example, because I kept this page open because I'm like, we're gonna come back to this, you know, this story, because this is a different attempt. The Luna Plus channel is $6 a month, $5.99 a month, and they have their list of games with 1080p, 60 FPS, 4K coming soon, it says. But then the Ubisoft channel was $14.99 a month to get Ubisoft games on the platform. So depending on what games you want to buy for what companies, you're going to end up with multiple parallel subscriptions on the same service.
It's really funny to me that no matter what medium you're talking about, whether it be TV, music, internet, and now game internet, I don't know how to describe this new one, the universal nightmare scenario that everyone turns into a photo is, what if they took your thing that you liked and priced it like your old cable plan? The universally reviled worst business model that everyone hates ever. of pick this channel and this channel and this channel.
Mm-hmm.
And it always comes back. Like, no matter how far you get away from cutting the cord, they're trying to bring it to us. Like, online streaming for like Netflix style shit has become that now again. And now they're trying to do the online. Amazon wants to do it to games. Oh my god, that.
However,
$14.99 for Ubisoft games. Those games take forever to finish. That'd be a terrible deal.
Well, there's climbing
You
the
get one
fucking
Assassin's Creed Valhalla for like 3 months or something. That's about it.
climbing the fucking the map tower to see where all the missions are, and just thinking I have to do this by Friday, or it's gonna be another $15. Like,
yeah, dude, like that's terrible.
I mean, so the thing with this is you're every time an idea like this comes out, individual major companies are going to be doing what they can to secure their bag, right? Like, it's not surprising to see that this is what the model they came up with is. But you're talking about bringing back the cable after it's been cut. I guarantee you that if I were in the boardroom, or if I were someone in the boardroom that were trying to push it, it wouldn't be the cable cutting analogy. It would be Twitch subs. Multiple people subscribe to multiple channels that they like. So why wouldn't multiple people subscribe to multiple game channels that they like?
That's probably what Amazon's thinking.
Yeah. And if a developer goes in harder on their library for this platform, then there's more value, because they're like, we're investing a lot of games into this channel. There's going to be more bang for your buck. So you're going to pay that $15, but look how many games we've already put on it. You know?
Yeah. I mean, I can answer that question right now, because despite being called a subscription, a tip jar is not a transaction. It's a tip jar. Like, people sub to my channel because they go, hey, Pat's cool. I'd like Pat to get a couple bucks. People aren't gonna fucking subscribe to the Ubisoft channel to go, man, Ubisoft's doing a really great job with these games. I think they deserve some of my money. I think they did a great job with the rape and the sexual shit. Oh, it's a good Ubisoft.
If the games were free to play, it would be a more like the Twitch analogy. If they were like, if you could, you know, but like, yeah, the paywall idea is different from the tip jar. That is correct.
Yeah. And Amazon did have that shooting game, which I covered, and I even called was pretty good, and now I forgot its name already. But that closed down. But that was supposed to be free to play.
Crucible?
Crucible, yes.
It got unreleased?
Yeah, the game that got released and then unreleased because it was so bad and boring. You know, but I played like an hour of it, and I was like, this is fine. This could be fine. So, you know. And it was fine, but like there's nothing to separate it from. And then so it's like, but if you got a lot of those, then maybe, but then those games, you know. And I realized that yes, I work for the Washington Post, and Jeff Bezos owns us, but I can say whatever I want. I can say whatever I want about Amazon's games, which it's like there's nothing. And then so it goes back to what Google is trying to do and what Amazon is trying to do. That making games is really, really hard. You know, and it requires a lot of time and a lot of investment, a lot of creativity that they don't seem to be able to invest in. They're just getting names, you know. They're just hiring big names like Jade Raymond or Clint Hawking, you know, in Amazon.
Hoping that you can steer the ship.
Yeah.
So last week we talked about a story which I think is now even more relevant, because you're talking about Amazon and Google just going, we're going to get into games. How do you get into games? Just buy everything. Microsoft tried that. They tried to buy Nintendo. We talked about it last week. And it ended with Nintendo guys just laughing at them in a meeting for an hour and just laughing them out of the country pretty much. And then Microsoft spent all the money in the world, and then all the money in the world again, and then all the money in the world again. And if I remember correctly, they still haven't made any of that money back on Xbox. Like, Xbox has never turned a dime of profit overall. And it's like, they've been at it for like 15 fucking years. And Amazon and Google think that they can just go, we can just get it. We'll just buy a company. We're going to crush it. Nintendo, I don't know what they're doing. Are you guys crazy?
I remember... Dude, I remember when they got Iron Galaxy when they acquired them back in the day after the KI stuff. And, it's like, okay, so we're losing them and we're losing KI's development because Amazon wants to get in. And they were during the Fire era of like, their development, and nothing ever happened ultimately. So we still don't know what they were kind of up to from that acquisition. But the timing of this is quite interesting because Jason Schreier just put up an article, why Amazon failed to break into video games. Interviews with 30 plus current and former employees point to one root problem. The guy in charge never made a game before. He hired veteran devs and then ignored them. So this just popped up.
I've heard that story before.
Yeah.
I mean, that happens so often in like industries, even in the news industry. Like my old employer hired somebody from the New York Times to come and fix her digital shit. And then once she came in and then made this whole list of like, this is what you need to do, we just told her, no, fuck you. We're not going to listen to anything you say. And it's like, why the fuck did you hire me away from the New York Times for that? So like, I don't understand why like decisions like that are always being made, where like you want to value that person and you hire them, and then once they're in your system, you're like, no, you're going to do things our way. And it's like, well, what the fuck am I here for then?
Yeah.
I don't understand why it keeps happening. It happens at Amazon, companies that I've been in.
For cloud credibility, for the ability to say that you got the right people in the room, and
I can tell you
so
exactly
that when you're doing the autopsy, you can say that like, yeah, like the people that know their stuff were here and they did assess the situation. But if you're not willing to actually take what they have to say into your plans and actually change your strategy, your business plan, whatever the case might be, when you're getting into a market that fucking shit all about, it's just going to be endless failure, one after the other for like, yeah, practically a decade now. And as you mentioned earlier, yes, we are we're using the same servers these games will be hosted on to criticize the Amazon product.
We're all owned by Amazon in this fucking room.
This broadcast right now is on the same servers.
I know exactly why you hire people and then ignore them. Because you're not hiring people for their expertise. You're hiring people because you need experts, and you expect them to come in and tell you that the way you're doing it is the right way after all.
Mm.
You're hiring them so they can come and tell you and go, you know what? You're actually a genius, and you're running this as best as you can, and there's nothing that can be done, and all your critics are assholes. But when they come in and go, oh, yeah, your shit sucks, and you need to change literally everything, and every idea you had is terrible, these guys don't know what they're talking about. I should never have hired them in the first place.
Yeah, just fucking book a cameo then if you want people to say things, whatever you want them to say to,
Consulting.
Yeah, well, they don't have the level of introspection to know that that's what they actually want.
Yeah. And I mean,
you guys are doing great on Cameo,
And here's the thing too, like internally inside of studios, when you kind of headhunt or snipe superstars, it definitely doesn't hurt when you can announce that someone with this credibility has joined the studio, and you let investors know that everybody knows like a project has some credibility behind it now because we brought in a name or a resume that is respectable. So it lends early confidence despite whatever a management's intentions are. And in many cases, industries can be I think there's a lot of times where that sort of like bullet, like that arrogance of like not listening to what your team is saying about a market will work out in that manager's favor in the past, so there's no real reason to think that games are going to be any different when it couldn't be more different. And it's also super it's one of the craziest dynamic markets out there. It's constantly evolving because new tech coming out changes the entire landscape in 1 or 2 years, even though like generations of consoles have been rolling out slower and slower, the amount of things that have been changing about the industry in between those generations has never been faster, So yeah, I think it's It's about getting in that early confidence because you have someone that is, should be able to say, hey, this person's here, we're not going to fail. But that doesn't.
And if you're public, you can move the markets that way to be in your favor, right? Going back to the stocks conversation.
Of course.
I wonder when, let's take for example Jade Raymond, right? She's been in the industry for a long time. She gets the meeting with Amazon. Sorry, no, Google. Christ, I can't even keep track. It doesn't even matter. She gets the meeting with Google, and they do their pitch. And I wonder at what point she realized, oh yeah, this shit's never gonna ship. This is not gonna ship for real. Like, this is a gig, and I'm gonna get paid, and then I'm gonna get the fuck out of here.
Honestly, man.
And I wonder how many people in that studio knew that.
Honestly, a lot of people in these circumstances are working to their hardest, to the fullest, with faith, hoping the thing is going to do what it does. People like like when management is incompetent, it feels awful, but a lot of people are like, well, I'm going to still do what I can to save this, and hopefully, it can become a story of how it turned around despite the odds, if anything. It's not always the mental checkout.
Yeah, if you ever see me working at Facebook, like no matter what comes out of my mouth, know that I'm absolutely just selling out, and I'm just trying to get that first year's salary and like whatever investments I can make.
Clipped.
Whatever comes out of my mouth, do not believe me. Just
that's good.
I am selling out right now. I'm just telling you right now.
All right.
All right. I have a low tech version of this. I remember being the lowly employee I was at the grocery store.
Yeah.
Telling my boss, you got to replace these fucking freezers, dude. Like, they break like and overflow like every 2 weeks, and you got a guy on staff cleaning, like mopping the floor literally an entire fucking shift. And like you bring in a guy like in the evening when the employees are gone, and those guys are charging you like $300 an hour to fucking tighten some bolts, right? This thing's gonna die. Okay, fine. Well, I'm gonna punch out. And then day after day, and then the day comes when like half of the goddamn grocery store, every single freezer just simultaneously dies. And like 15 grand's worth of fucking food just gone like that because there's nowhere to put it. Man, oh, Pat, you gotta help us. We gotta get this downstairs. It's like it's 10:01, so I'm already late to punch out. Excuse me. Goodbye. Right? There's a satisfaction in watching management ignore you, and then watching them burn because they just refuse to listen to anyone's good advice, and it feels great.
I have a prediction.
Again, Pat, powered by spite. And being poor, right?
Right.
Yeah, dude.
Powerful fuel.
I have a prediction. I think that because cloud is inevitable, and we're going to go through a couple iterations of it before it actually lands. I think that when it does work, and when we're seeing it at its best, it will not be in North America, where internet still sucks.
Oh fuck no! It'll be in Korea.
It'll be in Korea or Japan. Exactly. It'll be over in Asia, where they have actual fucking real internet, and you're gonna see it working there first and foremost, and it'll be a reliable thing. And from that, it'll be like, oh, that's what it's supposed to look like. It's not gonna fucking work out here in Comcast country.
It feels like they're just trying to copy whatever's going on in Korea without like copying Korea's homework without even realizing we don't even have the paper to write on here,
Yeah, absolutely.
And like that it's like I think about how Korea's recovered from COVID. My fucking dad is just going to billiards bars all like every day because it's like it's shit so chill there. Because like everyone there uses apps all the time, everyone there is really, really internet literate, and everyone there is really connected. My grandmother, rest her soul, was ordering food like 10 years ago, like on apps, and I'm like, this is amazing. I can't believe you guys have that here,
Yeah.
We're just North America is just really, really behind,
Someone says Japan has exclusive streaming versions of games on Switch.
Yep. You can play RE7 on the Switch, even though it's just a cloud version, and I've never heard anyone complain about it. It just came out, and you just play it, and it's fine.
You know, like I mean, like we're talking about, you're trying to switch the type of fuel in your car to something else when the wheels are still busted. You know, like internet still fucking just is garbage out here.
Actually,
for these services.
To compare your specific example, it's like, hey, you know, they drive this fancy auto car in Japan with the made by BMW, and you go, wow, cool. You want to put it out in the States or Canada? It's like, well, they have fancy roads with like magnets in it that helps guide the car or some shit. What do we got?
Right.
We got dirt.
Got
We got fucking
potholes.
dirt.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same, right? It'll totally work. No, it won't. I mean, I hang out with and occasionally co-stream, but like we'll watch. We watched, for example, me and Paige. We watched Psycho Gorman with our friend Eli, Plague of Gripes, who is a fantastic artist, YouTuber, genuinely cool guy. You should check out his Patreon.
And goat
like
herder,
sometimes,
apparently.
And yeah, he got goats. But sometimes, oh no, wait, that was a sheep. Anyway, sometimes his internet just fucking fails. It's just dead because he lives out in rural in the sticks.
Yep.
Right? And he's using satellite internet. That's the best he can get.
Yeah.
And there are days like the ISP just goes, no, I know your job is the internet, but go to hell.
Yeah. So and so like let's hear the Stadia pitch for him. You know, like what's the sales rep gonna say? You know, like no, it's fine. There might be some interruptions, but you know, like it's not fucking ready, you know.
Dude's roboting out in a Discord call, which is the least latency sensitive app I have. Discord actually does really well under crazy latency conditions. It's like if you can't even handle a Discord call, you're gonna be streaming what?
So that happened, and you know, rip in peace in zombie form.
Now we get to play the game between when they stop development that's real and when they actually just quietly kill it and pretend it didn't exist at all.
It never existed at all. It was just online infrastructure.
And every dollar you've spent means nothing. All you have to show for it is a controller. In the future, you'll have this rare controller and be like, "This is it." You know, I was there for Stadia once, and now this is it.
I spoke with some people and I did some reading, and one of the persistent like narratives behind Stadia.
There it is.
Was
Stadia just pulled out the controller.
Yep.
Look at that. That'll be the only evidence that it was ever here.
Yeah, as long as you keep your hands on that and don't let them take it from you.
Again, the barter and trade economy. This is going to be part of it. This is going to be part of my barter.
I'll trade you my Steam controller for it.
One of the narratives that I kept thinking about, because I never got a direct confirmation, but it was that one of the reasons why Google will start up and kill so many projects, like it's astonishing. You know, that spreadsheet that's like all the projects that Google's killed over the years is because the fastest way to get promoted in the company is to ship something.
Right. Sure.
And it doesn't matter what happens to it.
Exploit it.
All that matters is that you can get into a meeting and go, you know, he shipped
the number next to your name goes up.
Google Music or fucking whatever dead ass shit.
Yep. Hey, Gene, when the Luna comes out, Luna, excuse me, I'd like to...
Which is it? You keep switching him. It's freaking me out.
I couldn't even tell you which one it is, so...
N. Luna.
Yeah.
Luna. When the Luna comes out, do a controller comparison between the two, and let us know how it feels.
You're the only one who'll have both.
They might start glowing when you put them together, like some ancient fucking relic has been unlocked. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. It feels okay. The controller feels okay, but I
Dude,
don't know.
like here we like just create the pantheon of like the Luna controller, the Steam controller, the Stadia
The Ouya.
controller, the Ouya controller by their powers combined.
Ouya is legit the worst piece of shit I've ever held in my life. There's no comparison. It's crazy.
It's still above the third party N64 and GameCube controllers.
Oh, well no, come on. That's not come on.
Those are
Like the
yeah.
I mean official.
Is it the bottom of the list of official controllers?
Because the Ouya is the
It's
only
cheapest
controller
feeling.
I've ever touched in my life that if you press the button, it can get caught underneath the plastic shell. If you press like the A button or the O button, the O button or the U button, it can get permanently stuck underneath the plastic shell.
Nope, the Panasonic 3DO gave me blisters. Blisters on my fingers.
I appreciate you not calling it the 3DO.
Panasonic fucking 3DO with a hole with a donut button has a hole in it that gives you blisters. And I was playing whatever we were playing at the fucking rental center, and yeah, it might have been like Way of the Warrior or Daedalus Encounter.
Way of the Warrior, amazing.
Yeah.
The
by Naughty Dog.
Jaguar controller has to be the worst, right? The Jaguar. It's got like 64 buttons to match its bit.
It was awful. The Jaguar controller was awful, but it didn't leave you battle damaged for using it.
I never saw that ever. Holy
Oh
Christ.
yeah, the bottom of the controller looked like the keyboard that you put on the 360, right? When you added keyboards to the bottom of the controller later, like that was just the default, the way it shipped. It was madness.
Oh yeah, God, that's awful. Never mind.
Yeah,
it does feel like that it actually just cut into your flesh, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fun fact about Way of the Warrior, it was made by Naughty Dog.
Yeah.
Straight
up, one of their first games. Anyway.
I forgot. That's right.
Wild.
Sony exclusive Way of the Warrior 2.
Well, you know what's a great segue that I just thought up because I'm so smart. We've been talking about Google and tangentially Amazon using their big brains and their fantastic online technology to horribly, horribly fail. Meanwhile, what might be the most internet illiterate tech company to ever exist, Nintendo, is crushing it and was even more illiterate than we prior imagined. Like, way more illiterate. Wooly, do you have the Nintendo server story?
Nintendo is replacing its multiplayer server system that is almost 2 decades old. Since the Wii U and 3DS days, Nintendo has been using something called NEX for its multiplayer server system. Almost all games have been tied to it for online functionality. Now they're finally making a change.
Rest in peace, NEX.
Monster Hunter Rise will be the first Nintendo game to use their new server infrastructure, which makes sense. That's going to be a big game, but
it is 18 years old, and Splatoon 2 had an unused function to check to see if it was running on Windows 98.
There it is.
Oh my god. So update, clarification. NEX is actually about 20 years old. Nintendo has been using it for about 10. The tech was created by an older company, Quasal. It was once called Rendezvous, and Ubisoft bought them in 2010, and then Nintendo licensed it out and renamed it NEX soon after. Okay. So it was a couple of hands changed there. So now they're going to be switching to NPLN for Monster Hunter.
It is one of my favorite stories ever about Nintendo talking about, I want to say, the Wii U online system, where they brought in a consultant.
Every time.
It's actually very similar to the story you described earlier, Gene, where somebody brings in an expert and says, what do we do? And in this particular case, they said, well, make it like PlayStation Network or Xbox Live. And the phrase that came back was, please do not use those terms. No one in this building knows what those are. They don't play the other systems. They don't know what you're talking about. It's not helpful.
You're making them very uncomfortable. Don't make them uncomfortable.
You're confusing the stat. Okay. I thought that was as embarrassing and stupid as it could get. And now it's like, wow, no wonder the Smash netcode is terrible. It's running on like pipes. It's
literal tubes. Literal
yeah,
tubes.
like it's a child stringing cup. Like, holy Christ.
The exposed Xbox Live made the Nintendo exec uncomfortable. Yeah, man. This is just another fucking, another knock in the same old fucking tree we've been hitting at, where it's like they don't understand what internet, and they continue to not. And they occasionally partner up with someone who does know what internet, but then they don't actually change anything internally. They just kind of say, good, now you handle that and leave us out of it. We don't want to learn.
But to your original point, Pat, Nintendo's fucking killing it. They're crushing the game. Still
because they make good games.
Because they know how. Because they're a game maker. Because their priority is making games and making them fun. They're always about expanding the audience. That's why you see Spencer always talking about, Microsoft has to diversify our first party suite because we got nothing, and it's like
they're doing
Nintendo's over there with Mario Party,
But at the same time that they're doing that, you have these things where they take years to get an account system going, and everyone is ripping their hair out in the meantime because this is just basic quality of life we've solved years ago.
Yeah,
it's interesting because this server news came alongside and Monster Hunter Rise will be the first game to use it, and it makes me think that Capcom's historical influence on the Nintendo way of doing things and Monster Hunter specifically is enormous.
Yeah,
because it was for Monster Hunter Tri for the Wii. Was it the Wii? I think so. Yeah, for the Wii.
Yeah, it was for the Wii. Yeah.
Where it came out that the reason why that Pro controller got made for the Wii at all, and it got bundled in with Monster Hunter, is because a developer at Capcom went, motherfuckers, make a controller. Make a real controller for this game. And then the 3DS, the new 3DS, got the analog nub, and the very first game that came out that used that analog nub was Monster Hunter 4, or was it Generations? Was the new Monster Hunter release? Yeah. And had a bundle. And it was the same exact thing with the analog nub for the new 3DS and the add-on bolted Frankenstein shit for the old 3DS, where it was a Monster Hunter game. They're like, this game plays like shit without this. Guys, make it.
Earlier, someone at Capcom said to Nintendo during the Super NES's development, make a controller. Make a goddamn controller for Street Fighter 2. It's a 6-button game. We can't do it with 4, much less 3. Genesis. Make 6 buttons so this game will work. And they did. They put shoulder buttons on it. 2 buttons more was a step up above the NES. They went 4.
I've just been corrected. The first game to use the Circle Pad Pro was Resident Evil Revelations, which was the big 3DS Resident Evil game.
Capcom always pushing Nintendo to do better. Wow.
A history.
Totally didn't even think about that.
History of kicking Nintendo's ass into making better controllers and things for their games.
Who is it at Capcom? What individual or series of individuals is able to walk over to the Nintendo offices and just like start screaming?
So
and just like, God damn it, I'm making this fucking game and I don't have enough buttons, guys.
No, you walk over and you have a 3DS in your hand and you just hand it to them and you go, here, play this. And then they go, oh, this is, yeah? Are you seeing a problem? Or here, play Street Fighter. Map your buttons. Go ahead. They're like, oh, but these last two, I can't. Yeah, can you not map them? Do you need 2 extra buttons? Maybe. It's great. That's a fun history.
For the Rise thing, because the controller thing is like the other games can benefit from that, and the servers obviously other games can benefit from that. But I imagine with Rise, I can see a conversation being, listen, Monster Hunter World, it like immediately did Call of Duty fucking biggest game in the world, fuck your shit numbers, and we're putting the new game on your platform and it runs like shit because your servers are garbage. Like, one of the things that came out in the Monster Hunter Rise demo, now, oh man, this is totally connected, is that if you had too many friends on your friends list, the frame rate just tanks in that demo. And, like, do you want this game to be the biggest game in Japan for, like, a year and a half? Well, do it. Do something. You're getting, what, 30% kickback on every unit sold? Like, you can just down payment your servers and then still roll in it.
And reminder, Monster Hunter World is the best-selling Capcom game.
Yeah. Bard all time.
All time, yeah.
Okay.
All time. Number 2 is Resident Evil 5.
Yeah. You're gonna
Number 3 is Resident Evil 6, baby.
Hey man, if this is what it takes, if Capcom can bully Nintendo into moving into the future, this is how it has to happen. So be it. Never forget, they turned down Skylanders.
That was a mistake.
They were pitched Skylanders, potentially as a Pokemon thing, and they turned it down.
So lucrative. Holy shit.
So yeah.
Oh man.
So that's interesting. There goes the Stadia, Nintendo servers. A couple other announcements for some stuff. So one, we got this game called Project DT, which is coming out of China, and there's nothing much for it except for the official website and one tweet by Buttons, basically on this game that looks pretty cool.
That Chinese action game.
Action game. It basically reminds me of, do you remember a couple months ago we were looking at Wukong Black something?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I forgot what the full name of it was. Black something Wukong. It's like that. Super high polish and high fidelity action game, but now the setting is a bit more tech, and basically a 2B-esque cyber punch girl is fighting Metal Gears. Black Myth, thank you.
Punching them.
And you have to go to. It's not on YouTube. It hasn't really published itself out anywhere. It just got announced. It's pretty hot off the press, but you got to pretty much go to the website for it, dt.digisky.com, for the trailer, or just go to Buttons Twitter and you can check.
I found it here on YouTube with 990 views.
Okay, so it got uploaded.
By the way,
I don't know which channel it is, but it's got 21 subscribers. But it's on you. I see a YouTube. It looks sick. It looks sick.
Really pretty. Yeah, looks very cool.
By the way, as we say, go check Buttons' Twitter. His Twitter's not even named Buttons.
No,
that just happened to be his screen name at the time that we discovered him. His Twitter is at HB John Zandow. I don't know how to pronounce that. HBJOHNXUANDOU. To go check out that.
If Gene says it's on YouTube now too. Project DT.
Okay.
But I think this Project is like DT. It really gives me all the same vibes as watching the Black Isle Wukong trailer, of just like really, really, really high polish on the visual end, tons of English to enjoy, and it switches between these cinematic modes and then back to action pretty seamlessly. So looking super stylish. Keep an
There
eye on
seem to
that.
be a lot of character action fans in China. With Mihayo, previous Honkai Impact the Third,
Mm-hmm.
and then with this one, straight up like this is Vanquish / Bayonetta / 2B. Yeah, it's
God,
awesome. Great.
Even earlier, there's 2D games as well. What was that one? There was a 2D character action game. You play as a girl with a sword, and lots of like again heavy juggling and a combo system that came out of China as well a couple years back. I see. There you go. That's the one. I think there's fans there that are like starting to kind of take the high octane. I want to call it the Platinum Games model because even though character action existed prior to Platinum Games, like they brought speed and a level of a level of like over the topness to what was already over the top. So anyway,
I misunderstood what you said when you meant the Platinum Games model and thought you meant make cool game, make no money.
No, not quite that. Not quite that.
Not their business model.
The other one is Lost Soul Aside, which is being made by I think one guy. It's another Chinese character action game coming. That thing looked cool. Yes. Meanwhile, as we discuss the Platinum Games model and character action, let's check in with our old friend Hideki Kamiya. He says, forget about Bayonetta 3 for now. It's not really our position to say, but it's January. We've got something has to come out, right? I guess it's safe to expect that something will come out. There's still a lot of the year left is what I'm saying. I understand it's driving fans crazy. In light of that, my suggestion would be maybe we should all reset and forget about Bayo 3. When something finally does happen, it'll be a nice surprise, won't it? I'm going to take this. As we announced it too early.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm going to take this as Hideki Kamiya is telling me personally that he's willing to fight me in the street because that is bullshit. He has gone on Twitter. He has said like, "Oh yeah, something's coming soon. Oh, it's going really well. Don't worry about it." For like fucking 700 days, and now goes, "Oh, you guys should just forget about it." Like, shut the fuck up. That's terrible. You should not have showed it then.
Yeah.
If you don't want us to annoy you, don't show it.
Whether or not it's going well, it actually doesn't matter as much as like the marketing plan was botched by announcing this like 3 years before it should have been. You know?
When was it announced? Like 3 years ago, right?
Okay, on September 2nd, it was 1,000 days.
Wow.
That's more than 3 years.
So
no, it's not. But,
so we're up to like 1,200 days.
It's getting there. I honestly, there's no real way to put the genie back in the bottle on that. And they're Platinum, so they know what it's like to be constantly hounded for sequels to things. A world where there was no news and we just lived asking for more Bayo would have been better in this instance. And again, it sucks knowing how marketing has to figure things out. And oftentimes, when a trailer drops after a long wait like this, it resets or evaporates the mist in a way. Like people really excited for a thing, once they have a thing to look at, it'll fix that. You know, it does go a long way, but yeah.
It's what happened with Cyberpunk.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
Yep.
We're learning lessons. The art of announcing things too early now. I think we have a couple of major bad examples of how that hurts you. But if the end product comes out and doesn't deliver, it hurts you more. You know? If it ends up being fine or better, then you kind of get to Like, it all goes out in the wash, you know? Hey, a cool game is out and it's good, and that's all that matters. We've been waiting for it for a while, but hey, it's here. Death Stranding, we've been waiting for it for a while. Eventually, we found out what the fuck it was, but then not really, and then we played it, and it was good, and now everyone just thinks back on it and goes, hey, yeah, Death Stranding, that was cool, all right. But the wait and the journey there has been all but washed away, you know?
I will bring it up every time we talk about games get announced too early. The best thing that Bethesda ever did in the entire history of that company was announce Fallout 4 and then put it out 6 months later.
Absolutely. I was thinking about just that exact same instance where it's like, oh, we just have Fallout 4 now. Amazing.
Yeah. Apex. Even though they did it for completely different reasons, that was wonderful.
Was cool, yeah.
Hey, we didn't want Epic to copy us, so here's the game. It's out.
Do you guys want to come with me on a fan fiction-y journey about what's happening in Bayo 3's development? I saw somebody put forth this theory, and it's so compelling that until somebody tells me otherwise, I'm just going to believe it because it's more fun this way. Bayo 3 was announced in December of 2017, right? Holy shit, that's so long ago. And then a little bit in that following year, in 2018, I think we got the news that they're working on a new Platinum engine, which,
and they're moving
that
it over.
explains.
They're moving it over.
This will be the new engine for Bayo, so there's going to be a lot more work in that. And then Devil May Cry 5 came out in March of 2019. And Devil May Cry 5 is the hottest shit to ever drop. And the I've seen people talking about, like, do you think they saw that game came out and it was like, because their prior contemporary was all of their own games, Devil May Cry 3 and 4 and DMC Devil May Cry. And I fully believe that Platinum could easily have made, in any time period, a game that could compete with that realm, right? But 5 came out and was so hot that I can imagine a team like the Platinum guys going like, okay, we gotta do some shit.
If you're doing your fan fiction, well, you want to just keep in mind. So, in 2017 is when Nier dropped, but like obviously the announcement here means they'd been working on it beforehand. What they had come out since then was, you know, Astral Chain Wonderful 101 remastered. Babylon's Fall is still in the works. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink is still in the works, and Scalebound got canceled in 2017.
Big cancel.
So there's a lot happening behind the scenes for a company that has always said it's not that big. They're guns for hire. There's only a couple of them, and they've clearly gotten bigger, but are they 5-6 teams big? I don't know, you know? Also, the rumor that Nintendo was going to save Scalebound never happened, and that kind of just fell by the wayside. But yeah, Bayo is... It might have been a GDD at the time of its announcement, for all we know. You know, it might have just been
a trailer. Yeah.
It might have just been a let's get it out there. We'll get a hype pop at the award show, and then we'll figure it out. You know, who knows? He's not really elaborating, but yep, that's it. That's all there is to say.
I mean, when Devil May Cry 5 came out, I don't know how to compete with this anymore. Like, Devil May Cry 5 was so good, just so good.
Yeah.
I was like, this is the character action game. I don't know what I want more from any other game.
All of our expectations were exceeded.
They were.
Yeah.
They were. Make sure you announce your game right after Gears of War Funko Pop. That's how.
Wow!
That's how you really cleanse the palate. Yep.
Didn't that also die?
I don't know.
Did that not come? I think
all
that
I know
died.
is that happened right before Itsuno walked out and stole our hearts. So yeah, not much to it, but Godspeed, Bayo. I'll be happy when you exist.
Oh, it didn't die. It will die.
Okay.
Because it's an online service game.
Okay.
Fucking shit.
Couple other things. New Skullgirls character announced. Annie from Skullgirls Mobile coming to the full game, and another character is being developed as we speak. So some new content coming to Skullgirls. Thanks to Autumn Games and Hidden Variable.
And not Mike Z.
Correct. So Skullgirls might be seeing, I don't know if they're going to call it like, third encore or something, but either way, it's kind of coming back and they're getting new stuff. And that's awesome because it's a good game that deserves it. So yay. We got
hey,
it's
Gene,
a
I
visual,
gotta tell
folks, but we got Kitty on
Jack's
cam.
a beautiful boy.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good
You got a
cat.
miniature little Garfield there.
He's a little Garfield Heathcliff orange boy. He's a good cat.
Can
That's
he
a good
create
cat.
some content for the MP3?
Yeah.
No?
He's-
Too
Just
quiet?
just squeeze him.
Or don't, please.
He only makes noise when he's hungry. That's it.
That's fine. It's a visual. That's okay.
I mean, I didn't talk about it this week because it's not behind me, but there's like a 7.5 foot cat tree next to me that I built over the weekend that the cat is
I
now
saw.
looking down at me from a high perch, which I'm actually going to, once I get some stuff out from behind me, is going to sit directly behind me so that the cat can lord over the podcast and streams.
Look down at you like a peasant.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, that's what cat do.
I got a pet I can squeeze to make noise.
Uh-huh. What do you got? So when he said that, like the camera for me switched to Gene, so I don't know what. Oh, that's great, buddy.
Yeah.
It's a Hulk wrestling buddy.
Yeah. There you go.
I had those. Man.
Now he's gonna keep talking for the rest of the show.
And your cousins will never get to this one.
It's also not made of plastic, so it can survive being thrown and tossed and everything. It's great. It's a plushie. Anyway. So yeah, new Skullgirls content coming out. Also, heads up, just in case you didn't know, happening tonight is Maximilian's Twitch Rivals Bring Back KI tournament. So just like the Marvel event that he had not long ago, they're doing a Killer Instinct one, and it's the same idea, invitational. So check them out. Max is fucking doing amazing things, and as has rightly been stated, the FGC is lucky that we have Max. Jeff said that, and he's totally right. Like, Max is amazing, and like, yeah, fuck yeah, Killer Instinct is getting an awesome tournament.
That's awesome. Max is awesome.
Okay, so we got a weird ass one that came in here from Nintendo Wire, and this is the type of shit I love when it comes out like so many years later. Because like it's so far past the actual event occurring that everyone involved doesn't give a shit about just literally scanning documents and showing it to you. Rare developer shares old Nintendo email stop and swap details for Banjo-Kazooie and Donkey Kong 64. So back in the day, when they were making Banjo-Kazooie and planning Banjo-Tooie and DK64, there was discussions internally that Rare wanted to implement something called a stop and swap feature that involved literally having you pull the cartridge out, and while the game continued to have while the game was still loaded into the N64's RAM, you'd swap to another game cartridge and unlock things before swapping back to the cartridge you were currently playing.
That's fucking ridiculous.
They wanted to do the Monster Rancher style insert CD, generate content, swap back to other CD disc, but they wanted to do it with cartridges.
Yeah, carts aren't CDs, man.
No, they're not. But this was a feature.
I remember you could do that with the original PlayStation 1 games, where you could just kind of load and level, take the CD out, and the game is still playing.
Exactly. Some games encouraged it for like loading up a Monster Rancher character, or if it was a multi-disc game, it would put the console in a suspend state and it would successfully let you swap. So in this particular case, Paul Machacek said that he basically found an email, or rather he found a letter from back in the day when they were pitching Banjo-Kazooie's stop and swap feature, where they were going to have some keys that you could unlock to get to an extra area in the icy cave. And they found the actual email that Nintendo sent them rejecting the proposal for this.
Yeah,
even though they had already started on the first game's implementation of it, and then they wanted it for the rest. So yeah, Nintendo wrote, "We're writing you in regards to the stop and swap feature in Donkey Kong 64. We respect the creativity of the feature, but after testing and discussing it with the R&D 3 and research plant, we must ask you to remove the feature, as it has a number of issues which may be caused by its implementation. There's no way we can guarantee that the RD-RAM will retain the data long enough in all the current and future versions of the N64 console for this feature to work. There's also a risk of damage to both the console and the game pack should the swap be made while the power is still on. And however unlikely, there's a chance that the consumer who has exchanged the game packs with the power on will experience a latch-up condition in the chip, which could cause overheating and potential consumer safety problems." They then go on to suggest perhaps putting in a quiz about like what they did in the previous game that they could answer in a later game, and the quiz would unlock the bonus instead, and or some other safer version of it. And like, yeah, anyone who knows that tilting a cartridge produces wild, crazy results can tell you this is not safe. This is insane. What the fuck were you thinking? Crazy. I mean, I remember when, I know that the N64 in certain cases could keep a game going when it came out, but in most cases it couldn't. And previous cartridge consoles definitely couldn't. I'm sure everyone's experienced seeing their Game Boy with the game getting slid out accidentally at some point, Wild. But yeah, they proposed it.
N64 games did not take well to being fucked with cartridge style. Like, in fact, there's speedrunning techniques that you can use by tilting and doing all that stupid shit.
And again, the part where it's like it can cause an overheating of the console and potential safety issues, basically implying like burning up, smoking, and possibly catching fire.
Yeah, but dude, you stopped and swapped.
Anyway. And
I have breaking news for Wooly and Gene. Hey, oh God. You know what? I'll send it to Gene. Do you plan on playing the medium at all?
No, not at all, especially after what you said.
Great. Okay, check out a friend of mine just beat the game. And started laughing when they hit the ending.
Oh my God. That's awful.
What?
The ending of the Order 1886
Oh my
game.
I'm just gonna spoil it. If you are concerned about the medium, the game, then stop listening and skip ahead, because we're just gonna spoil the ending. So the message says, "Yo, Pat, you would be happy to know that the medium ends with spectacular gunshot cut to black."
Oh, man. By the way, thanks, Shy. Appreciate it. You can check out at Quite Shallow on Twitter and on YouTube and whatnot.
Good. It's good. Very good.
Oh, my God. That's like
Strong.
the trashiest like college filmmaker ending to every fucking horrible movie. Oh my God.
I love it. It's fantastic.
It's just Order 1886 all over again.
Oh man.
Did you guys ever beat that game?
Hey,
I
at
did
least,
beat that game, and I started laughing super hard because they thought they were going to get a sequel.
hey, at least the Order had a creative design for a gun type.
That's true. That
was still one of the coolest gun ideas. Anyway, a couple of announcements from the world of not video games. One, have you seen the trailer for Godzilla vs. Kong?
Yep.
It's all I want to think about. I watched it again today just to feel something. The only thing I want to think about is Godzilla versus Kong.
So
I think they really.
I'm not gonna lie. I feel like the stinger of him catching the laser and dunking it back at the end of the trailer is the same feeling I get from when I saw Cloud on the motorcycle. It flying through the air at the end of Advent Children that never happened. It's the same energy.
I have some feelings about that trailer. One is, man, you can tell this is made by Americans because fucking Kong is just punking Godzilla left and right like he's not like holy shit.
Also, big human relatable face.
The second one, which was an emotion that I felt what must have been simultaneous to Eugene, which was, that's not Godzilla. Are you kidding me? Like, you think Toho would sign off on their boy getting like disrespected like that?
Yeah, my first impression, my first tweet was Godzilla is disrespected so much here that I did. That's a false flag right there. You know,
this is legendary Godzilla, right?
And then you look at the trailer a little more carefully, and you can see a couple frames of Kiryu in it, and you're like, "Oh, okay, it's Mechagodzilla. It's literally Mechagodzilla."
So here's what.
The Mechagodzilla toy is already out. Oops.
So
the
wow.
Toys will be our spoilers.
Toy spoilers are always a thing. Yeah.
It's the best spoilers. Just like my friend was working on Nightmare Batman versus Superman. I was like, oh, it's a fucking dream. Then I get it. So
okay. So here's where I'm going with this is if this does what it's supposed to, then the deal will be just like Capcom versus SNK, in which Japan will get to answer with a Godzilla versus Kong except the reverse.
Yeah.
And they'll get to make Kong versus Godzilla, where it'll be Shin Godzilla this time.
Yeah.
And the whole trailer
will turn out to be Robo Kong.
Yep. And the movie will be the movie will be about 5 minutes long. Mm-hmm. And it'll be Shin Godzilla beaching and doing what Shin Godzilla does. And then there's a charred monkey husk at some point somewhere.
And you don't see it.
It's never on camera.
Like no. Yeah. What it'll be
Shin Godzilla powering down, like going from like red to purple or whatever.
Yeah, it'll be Shin Godzilla 2, and then there'll be a scene where you see Godzilla powering down, and then it'll move and the camera will pan past a big monkey skeleton.
All the way up to a Unit 1. And then the Ava will pull out the knife, and then the music will start.
Unlock some knife.
Yep. And then now we go back in for round 2 of Ava versus Godzilla. And the Kong thing was just to fucking punk out Americans, eat shit.
They did that already with Godzilla Final Wars. You ever seen that?
Exactly, which is why I'm bringing this up. Yeah.
Because Zilla shows up in that movie, the American Godzilla, and proper Godzilla ices it in sub 30 seconds.
Doesn't alternative music play?
Yeah, it's I think it's like
Sum
Crush
41
or Sum 41 or something like that.
Yeah, they play like some super American music plays. Oh fuck yeah!
He kills it instantly, like no problem.
It's great. It's great. Yeah, we
I watched King of the Monsters recently because of that trailer, and I liked that movie. It was all right. The humans weren't as bad as I thought they were going to be. I have no idea what Millie Bobby Brown was doing the whole movie, and why she was doing anything.
I didn't see it, but
it's crazy.
All I know, she was in it. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
If the humans are being ineffective, yeah, I didn't. But if the humans are being ineffective, then that's good. We'll take it.
Yeah.
There's a line in that trailer that like is such. It's like a parody of an American action movie, where the guy's running around in like a fucking tent going, Godzilla's hurting people and I just don't know why.
Yeah.
It's like, he's fucking Godzilla, king of the monsters. What are you fucking, what are you, crazy?
It's because we forgot about Hiroshima. Obviously.
He gives cancer when he's not even like doing anything. Like he will literally give you cancer when he's around. So like,
Yeah.
and nobody knows why. Well, you know why, because he's radiated as fuck.
Like he got Japan to remember the tragedy, but now the rest of the world forgot. So now he's got to go on a world tour to remind everybody.
He has area of effect cancer. He's a cancerous area of effect.
There you go. There you go. So that's coming down the pipeline in a couple of months. Speaking of kaiju, they also dropped, and this is good timing on their part, a new trailer for Pacific Rim: The Black, the anime coming to Netflix, where Australia has been abandoned because too many kaiju. Fuck it. So the Jaegers that are left are gonna save the day.
Wait, what? Abandon Australia with the Jaegers fighting the kaiju?
That's what the trailer makes it sound like. Australia is lost to the kaiju, and then a couple of people with no backup in their Jaegers are gonna fight, and that's Pacific Rim: The Black.
That's fucking hilarious.
That's fucked, because after all Australia has done combat COVID, and then they just get lost in kaiju after all that.
Well,
that sucks.
I mean, after we all and like notice how everyone forgot about the fires, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right.
A billion animals, man. So hey, right around the corner comes this. No one helps them out. So looks interesting.
I remember a story somebody told me many years ago that ended the same way. That's really funny.
That's coming March 4th. And any new Pacific Rim like material is just a miracle in and of itself. That franchise absolutely should have, or I expected it to die many times before now. But we got a good movie, a less good movie, an anime now, and a comic book series out of it. So I'll take it. Yeah. And then last, Netflix officially announces something called Sonic Prime, 3D animated series.
Not featuring Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, not featuring Roger Craig Smith.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel as if like Sonic Boom landed and did what it did and was quite successful at being funny. So that was
good. Yeah.
That worked out. And then the movie came and was also fun. So they're like, hey, we can it can be done. It can be done.
I was hoping
Sonic content.
when I saw that Roger Craig Smith wasn't going to be Sonic anymore, that meant that Sega had finally learned to never make another Sonic game.
Or the return of Jaleel White.
Ooh. Is he alive?
I mean,
can he
probably
still do the voice? I don't
probably.
He is alive.
Urkel's not that old.
I don't know. You never know who's alive anymore.
Yeah, bring back Jaleel White. Fuck it.
I think with Sonic, like they realized that. I don't know. It's just like, yeah, we don't need to make any games anymore. It's just like people just love the character, so we'll just make whatever and not have to worry about the games anymore. You know?
I mean, if it makes money, right? And here's the thing: if you just took all the fans of the newer fans of the 3D Sonic like world, the kids you want to appease there, and you just redirect their attention to cartoons, and then for the games you just make more Mania. And then you just slowly divide Sonic into classic video games and good 3D animation. Then everybody wins. Except Sonic Team. Because they have nothing to do with it.
Sonic Balan Wonder World is out, and that's apparently terrible too.
I hear it's boring. It seems boring. I watched footage of it from multiple people. I was excited about Balan Wonderworld, and now it looks like such a yawn. That sucks, man.
I got to see the Twitter equivalent of like societal disappointment in real time with that, because I had not been on Twitter for a bit, so I was scrolling up. It was like 5 people on my timeline are like, downloading the Balan Wonderworld demo, woo!
Yeah.
And then just person after person in a row just going, oh, I'm not gonna buy this.
Like,
oh, this is trash.
Varying from like, oof, this is kind of nothing, to just the very polite, it's not for me, you know. But yeah, man, that's such a bummer. Like, it on premise and character designs, you know, it looked strong. It looked like it had potential.
Mm-hmm.
And then apparently it just isn't delivering so far. And
it looked like a great, you know, again, like Yuji Naka seems to knock it out of the park when it comes to character designs, you know, like that's the strongest strength of Sonic the Hedgehog, is that he's such a good character, you know. Knights obviously too. And yeah, it's just too bad that all of this creativity was wasted on a game that just doesn't really look like it's doing anything. I saw someone say that it felt like a Dreamcast game, but like one of the ones that you never really like bothered with, you know, not like Billy Hatcher.
Blue Stinger.
Yeah. Man, that's a huge bummer. Like, I want Yuji Naka to get a win on that. Rodea the Sky Soldier still looks cool, you know. Anyway.
Oh well, they also restructured a bunch of shit over at Sega.
Ivy the Kiwi, man.
And
so we're just gonna get a lot more Yakuza games now. Is that pretty much
maybe
what it is?
A fun fact that is known only to me. A lot of people don't know this, but when the restructuring happened, I felt a stab in my heart, as somehow the restructuring killed whatever fucking Virtua Fighter project they were working on.
Oh, man.
And caused them to delete all work and fire everyone involved.
Really? I didn't catch that.
I felt it in my heart.
You just felt it. Okay.
That was, I set that up.
Okay.
I set that up.
You just know
that part.
Deep down.
Gotcha.
That
was like a Star Wars thing where I they did the restructure, and then I just sitting there going, oh, Virtua Fighter just died again. Oh,
something. Yeah. Okay. It didn't, but that's. I mean, to be fair, someone tweeted out. Like, just so, hey, 2021, and Virtua Fighter is not any closer to esports than it was last year. You know, so whatever the fuck that announcement was. Yeah. Anyway,
I guess I'm surprised that Virtua Fighter isn't an esport. I don't know. I used to be a really good Virtua. So I guess that's why I'm like, because I invested all that time into training.
Oh yeah, you're in there. Who'd you play?
It was the two sisters, Jackie and Sarah. Yeah, definitely Jackie though, and yeah, it was definitely Jackie though that I was fucking with.
This is a man that likes his flash kicks.
Yeah, they never nerfed that kick.
Double kicks.
They never nerfed that kick. That kick's been around
buff yourself.
Like 96, and it's never been nerfed. It's wild. It's
buff yourself in real life.
Wild.
Too bad. Yeah. So I was looking into it, and it seems Balan Wonderworld was made by Balan Company, which is a new studio. Alongside Arzest,
but who's Arzest, you ask?
Mario Luigi, Bowser's Inside Story, Hey Pikmin, Poochie Yoshi's Woolly World, Mario Sonic Olympic Games. Okay, so they did a bunch of Nintendo first party things, and then Balan Wonderworld. Although, I believe most of the work was done by Balan Company. So, yeah.
Because in Balan, you get different costumes, but then your character isn't able to jump once you have another costume on. You can only do whatever power the costume lets you.
Right, like the whirlwind, or like whatever
the one.
Yeah, I watched Buttons like soft lock himself by having the character that could jump die, and then it reloaded him with a character that couldn't jump behind a series of obstacles that you had to jump over in the demo.
Oh.
And it's like, well,
Yeah, there was a time and place for those early 3D platformer games without much else to them, and I would say that time and place ended around Earthworm Jim 3D,
yep.
and there's no business making that these days without more going on, I would say.
Yeah. That's why was Super Lucky's Tale any good? I never played that one. The
Didn't
Xbox
play it.
exclusive.
Don't know.
Didn't play it.
Don't know.
It looked like one of those platforms. It just looked like a platformer, and I'm like, okay, I don't know what else is there.
You know what was really fun that was just a basic platformer is the one that came with your PSVR, the Playroom, that was just controlling the robots and running around in the VR like world, was so much fun, especially because the perspective made it look like you were just controlling a toy in front of you in real life. Like that alone adds a lot to it. The feeling of looking at a map and just controlling a little thing that's jumping around on it. It's and you can like lean from different angles and platform with your head as the floating camera. It was very cool.
Yeah. No, I love the Astro VR games. Like that was like, I was like, this is like, I haven't played a platformer this good since like Super Mario 64. Like
Exactly.
like that kind of feeling.
Yeah, fantastic.
Very, very creative. Yeah.
So it can be done. All right, let's take some letters and mosey on out of here. You've been hanging in there, and I appreciate that. It's been a couple hours. Usually, again, this show runs much longer than we want it to, so thank you.
I gotta say, Gene, I hope I can speak for Wooly as well as myself, but you are absolutely the best guest the Castle Super Beast podcast has ever had, and we've been glad to have you.
Number one.
Ever. Thank you.
With a bullet.
Number one with a bullet.
So.
Well, thanks for having me on, guys. Just to be earnest, I've been watching you guys for a long time, so it's like when I interviewed Wooly 2 years ago, I think, for my Let's Play piece, like that was
so.
cool.
It must have been a while ago, yeah.
Yeah.
However, unfortunately, I have to inform you that you're also the worst guest.
It's the way it works.
So step your shit up.
I gotta say, we're kind of opening up like the most toxic conceivable thing for our podcast possible, because now any guest that ever comes on afterwards will be like, well, are they now the worst one or the best one?
Oh, that's right.
And we can get a tier ranking.
So if you've got a letter,
we do a tier stream, all the best CSB guests.
There you go. If you've got a letter, you can send it over to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. That's castlesuperbeastmail. That?
Yeah.
Who's on first?
Send it to the castle. Who?
Who?
Yeah, who's on first?
What are we talking about?
I don't know.
We're talking about a question coming in from Dull. Says, Dear Cyberfunk Wooly and Zangief Stad, why fly when you can jump good? Recently, one Patrick Boyvin has claimed that some games are terrible based solely on how it feels to jump. Normally, I'd think that's crazy, like normal, except one of my friends told me that he can't stand playing Rayman Legends or Origins because he turned the game off after jumping, saying it felt awful. This is pretty interesting since the two of us played Little Big Planet 3, and that game has a ridiculous floaty jump. On top of
your
being
friend's
bad in
crazy.
General.
Your friend's like the premise of this is fine, but your friend being cool with Little Big Planets jumping and hates Raymans, like he's fucking nuts.
They're the same thing. It feels like.
So the question is,
anyways,
what's the criteria for a bad jump in a game? What makes a jump so bad that the game's unplayable? From Dull. To me,
you just know.
To me, it's DI. It's directional influence.
Correct.
Like if I cannot move while I'm airborne and to correct after a neutral jump or anything else, then that sucks. The floatiness is a secondary, like behind the ability to DI.
DI is important because like you go back to something like fucking God,
Castlevania.
Castlevania. And like that has the shittiest jump known to man. Like it's unbelievable how fucking bad the original Castlevania jump is.
You should
Like
try
you
the
hit
one
that button. You
should
hit
try
that
the
button,
one
you're
in
like, I'm
Bionic
dead.
Commando.
Fair enough.
So,
but
yeah.
so like at the absolute lowest baseline, if you can hit a jump button and be like, I just died before your character's feet even leave the ground, that's a bad jump. That's really, really bad. If your character is so heavy they don't leave the ground and you wonder why the game even has a jump button at all, such as Last of Us 2 has a jump button that I legit have no idea why it's in the game, because your character comes 1 foot off the ground and you never actually jump anywhere. It's just actually the action prompt, which would be fine. Terrible jump. And then there's a whole course, like a university course in between.
Yeah. You got your Blanca style jumps, which are high, fast falling, and Dante does them. Devil May Cry jumping is a Blanca style jump. And then you have my personal top of the list of best jumps of all time in video games, Legend of Kage. Done and done.
Whoa, that's cut, man. Holy shit.
Legend of Kage, best jumping in the history of video games. Wrap it up.
Because you jump for like 50 stories.
Yeah. It's a Yuan Wu Ping movie. You jump as if you're on fucking strings doing an old kung fu action flick. It's incredible.
Wow,
Like,
that's a deep cut.
It's funny because when me and Gene were in DMs arguing about his terrible taste with Resident Evil 6, he did mention a different game, which, despite having trash elements, I can absolutely understand why people like, because the Crackdown games are completely carried by their incredible jump button.
Yes. Yeah. Otogi has a similar jump to Crackdown as well.
Otogi, yes.
You fucking fly. You just fly. It's so
Otogi
fun.
No one ever talks about Otogi. Ugh.
You know what game has a terrible jump and might be like the gold standard for terrible, like, what are you doing jumps ever?
Sonic 4?
Is no. It's going to be a game you don't even think about jumping in. It's Jedi Outcast or Jedi Academy.
Oh my god.
Because the jump has no acceleration. It has no acceleration. You just go straight up. It's a float.
Yeah.
And you're moving the camera around to orient yourself in the battle.
That's how the DI works. You move the entire camera around, I guess. I guess. I don't know.
Terrible.
Yeah. And I mean, when they ported it to Switch, like, I went back in and popped it in, you know, and tried it out for a bit, and I had fun. But it is true, that jump was always rough, you know. And they wanted to make it like force jumping, right? Like, that's what it is. So
yeah, but like force jumping still have acceleration, and people
know what the fuck force jump even looks like, because they changed how it looks like every fucking movie.
Yeah,
you know. So.
But like, people know what it feels like to jump. It's a normal human action that every single person over the age of 3 has done. So you know that you accelerate. So when you don't accelerate at all, or you accelerate too fast, you just go, ah.
There you go. I hope that answers the question.
Metroid Prime had a great jump for being a first-person game.
Metroid
invented the good first-person jump.
Metroid games in general always have the best jumps. Like, they're just tight as fuck on that.
Like,
you know,
it's kind of wild, because Metroid Prime was the very first-person game that had a jump that went, you know what? This is really hard. What if we force the camera to look just a little bit down on the down slope of the jump, so that you actually see where you're going to land?
Yep, genius design decision. Absolutely.
Yep. There you go. And like, again, you can wax poetic on jumps for a while.
You could literally do an entire 100 episode podcast series on the acceleration and inertial drift of a jump per episode.
Is it tap to hop? Can you get extra height by holding it down? Do you get a floaty feel like Michael Jordan Chaos in Windy City? Because that game is all about the Jumpman. You know, yeah, you can go a million places. All right, but I think that answers the question. We got one coming in here from Nick, who says, "Dear Alien and Predator, while the other NFL teams like Philly and Cleveland will put D batteries in snowballs and throw them at glass bottles at refs, the Bills will throw themselves through flaming tables. They've had a 17-year playoff drought, and they haven't won a playoff game in 25 years. So the fans turn up every game, and for the past few years, they've developed the name Bills Mafia. So they started hurling themselves and each other off of RVs into flaming tables, and it's gotten so popular that even elected officials are doing it. So
that's like a fucking death cult, man. That's weird.
Get RKO'd through a flaming table to support your team
that will lose. Like,
you got to admire the dedication. At the very least,
support them.
They're real. They're real as fuck about it. You know, say what you will. At this point, it's practically better if they keep losing to see how far we can escalate it.
It's always wild to me to think about the pieces of sports, like, you know, popular, regular ass human being sports, the parts of that culture that somehow like reach out to me and somehow latch into my brain, even though I'm actively not paying attention. Like when you're describing the Bills and the Bills Mafia being insane, my brain goes to like, what else do I know about other football teams? And the only thing I can come up with is apparently the Oakland Raiders fans are like all psychotic criminals.
They're Raiders fans are fucking criminals. Absolutely.
Like that's the only thing that comes up. And I'm like, I don't even know where I got that.
Yeah.
I don't know where I picked that up.
People wearing Raiders jerseys are dangerous and not to be trifled with. That's a random battle waiting to happen. Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you know, I used to play and follow football back in the day, so you know I can tell you a thing or two. But that's correct. That is not a bad takeaway. You've nailed it. And you would think that that would be something that, like, I don't know, the XFL teams would have associated with them. As that's making a comeback, apparently, next year.
Again?
The XFL is making a comeback, and I believe this time it's been purchased by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Anyway.
Sure.
Is this like a scheme?
Yeah.
Is it like...
Correct. That's right. You're totally right, Gene. You're totally right. That's it.
Sure, yeah. Sounds about right.
All right.
All right. Troy says, I'm going to keep sending this until it gets read. I'm goddamn committed. I want to talk about how fucking rad Animorphs is. I feel like no one talks about it enough besides the morphing transitional images. I always thought it was cool in the sense that it was teenagers turning into animals that get to fight aliens and save the world. But it was only when I got older that I realized how crazy it actually was. Teenagers committed guerrilla warfare against an empire, constantly losing limbs or watching people get viciously murdered. One of the alien species are described as giant millipedes that devour anything thrown in their path with the thousands of teeth they have. The time they killed those genetically engineered hunter-killer creatures with a giant cosmetic eye that had the minds of children. The whole David debacle where a new initiate tried to kill them just to get his family back from the alien empire, and that time Tobias, the dude stuck as a hawk for the rest of his life, spent a whole book being tortured. Animorphs is fucking rad. It needs to be appreciated. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but what about the Photoshop when you take your friend and then slowly turn them into a rat on the cover of a fake Animorphs? And then you send it to them and you're like, haha, you're a rat man.
Done. And that's it. It's over. Like, I hear all that, but also, here's this Photoshop, though.
Shout out to Troy. I didn't realize Animorphs were brutal. It sounds like Berserk or some shit, you know?
I actually did know that Animorphs was fucking brutal because I would make fun of Animorphs and then people go, Animorphs has genocide in it. I'm like, what?
Okay,
What? What?
But then where's the quadrilogy in this post Hunger Games Harry Potter world? Where's the big movie adaptation
for the kids,
starring a number of
Yeah, I
celebrities?
wish we lived in a world where people were just referencing Animorphs all the time as opposed to Harry Potter. You know, that would have been a lot more funny.
And then we would have
Did you
animated
know-
gifs. We'd have animated gifs of celebrities turning into animals.
Exactly. Instead of the arguments about which house of Hogwarts or whatever are we in or whatever.
or literally anything that comes out of JK's fucking stupid mouth.
Facts about the Animorph series that you don't want to know that happen way later after this book series is finished.
I was about to say something short-sighted, which was I would rather listen to anything the Animorphs writers had to say than anything JK has to say, but I don't know.
You don't know.
It's true.
You don't know.
It's true.
You never know.
One of those writers might have looked at the transformation sequence, and one of those middle ones, they might have went, I like that one. Let's write about that one for a while. The 5th step in the series of 7, that's the right step. Maybe. All right. Well, hey, he got it. He got it done. Good job. You got your Animorphs on the podcast.
K. Applegate is cool and based. All right, then I would rather listen to anything K. Applegate would have to say than literally anything JK has to say.
Wait, what?
There you go.
Animorphs is based in red pills? What are you saying?
No, it's just based.
Okay.
It's just based.
Oh boy. Oh no. All right. And last one here coming in. Blackguard says, "Hey, Castle Smooth Balls. Just wondering, what is Reggie's role in all of the GameStonk news? Is he still on the board? Do you think he somehow has suspended gravity using dark Nintendo art so that he can get more money in or with time on the clock? Feels like he probably got paid in some capacity with the stocks." So I was talking to my Reggie about this last week, and I'm thinking like the plan was for Reggie to dive into the burning plane, fill the bag up with money, and dive out with the parachute before it blew up in midair and hit the ground. However, what if the plane gets a midair pit stop crew to fix it up, like Afterburner or any of those other things?
Coat it with diamonds.
And then turn it into a rocket ship that goes to the moon while he's still on it. Was Reggie prepared for this? Of course he was.
So
he brought a fucking spacesuit in his backpack and he puts it on and prepares. Reggie's a genius. I believe he saw all of this coming, and if he didn't, he's more than ready to roll with the punches.
if I was Reggie Fils-Aimé, what I would do is immediately quit. Quit today. Get the fuck out of there. And then start shopping myself around to different bigger companies going, I'm the guy who increased the stock value of the company I was last at by 8,000%.
On a high note. Leave on a high note. Costanza. That's it.
Yeah, people have been asking, like, why is Reggie quiet in all this? But, like, you got to remember, Reggie's quiet pretty often.
He is.
He
But also, what's he supposed to say? Thanks for the money?
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what he's supposed to say anyways, you know?
Look, he didn't come out and say anything when the fucking COVID stories were coming out. What is not going to say anything now, certainly.
No, yeah. And I talked to him when the COVID stories came out. He was like, no, I don't have anything to say. And it's like, yeah, I don't know, what can you say?
That's it.
Was Reggie Fils-Aimé behind the discovery of the short cell?
Oh my god. Reggie Fils-Aimé is secretly deep fucking value the whole time. Never mind that we saw who he was.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. No, I mean, I his Twitter like a day or two ago was just talking about like, hey, what was your favorite classic Nintendo console? So, you know, He's just whatever he's doing. He's doing it behind the scenes. So
Reggie has a real talent. I remember when Jeff Keighley interviewed him at E3 like 4 years ago, and I forget the series of questions, but Jeff was actually quite like vicious. And it was that old penny arcade comic of, hey, Reggie, why is your company a bunch of stupid bullshit? And then Reggie would get like a big smile and go, man, I'm so excited for the new Metroid game coming out. And it would just slide off of his fucking body. So like, even if you were able to physically corner him and go, how many people do you think died as a result of your retail bullshit? It's like, oh man, that stock price is going real up, huh? We really happy with what we've done lately. It's like, it's just not gonna
kicking ass and taking names, Pat. Two things.
Just ask you what your Animal Crossing island is like.
Yeah, it's like there's not much you can do with somebody who just completely refuses to answer your question at all. And then
yeah,
like,
I mean,
he's good at that. He's good at dodging the question. He knows which questions to dodge, and he will very obviously dodge it. And
well,
that's all he can do.
Yeah, and I want to say he comes from the school of Perrin Kaplan back in the day, who was the ultimate Jedi master of, this is not the question you want to ask me, and we're bringing the conversation somewhere else, and you won't even get a chance to follow up.
Like, Gene, you're a professional. I imagine you've done interviews in which whoever you were talking to just didn't want to tell you anything that you wanted to know. And as a professional, I assume that it is frowned upon to grab them by their lapel and go, answer my fucking question, just tell me something. You can't do that?
No, you don't really do that.
Yeah.
No. I haven't really
So
done
it's
that.
like, what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Reggie is like vampire lady tall. So first of all,
Yeah,
what the
yeah,
fuck am I
yeah,
gonna
Oh
do
yeah,
with
he's
Reggie?
gigantic. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Yeah, he is real life Mr. X. You know, so.
Honestly, though, I mean, I'm sure Gene can tell you, but like the tactic of whenever you see it, when someone's doing an interview and it's clearly not going in the direction of like the person actually answering anything, where you just kind of you wait longer after the silence to just go like, anything else to add without actually saying it. You gonna add to that? No. And just going like, okay, but are we going to answer the question? And then they kind of have to play the line. And if they go back to the same line 2 or 3 times, the reader knows that you did your diligence, you tried. You know, they're not going to go anywhere. The conversation's not going to produce any results going further down this line. And the person clearly, you know, their refusal to move is obvious. You know.
I think
You're right, though. I think silence does play a role in getting people to speak up, because people, if it's too quiet for too long, especially if you're on air, then they might feel like they feel obligated to fill some time, so they might end up saying some stupid shit afterwards. So, you know, there's that too.
I think it was a written interview. I want to say Game Informer, but I'm not super sure, where they were interviewing some leads behind The Division 2 when that was being shown at some show. And the question was like, are you really telling me there's no politics in this game? And like, no, we're just asking, it's you know, just a fun little fantasy about what could happen in Washington. And the interviewer goes like, this is about a civil war in the United States, and it takes place in downtown Washington, D.C. amongst the total dissolution of the U.S. government. And you're telling me it's not political? It's like, no, it's just a fun video game. It's like, okay, well, that's
the
not
bad guy was the vice president, for fuck's sake. You know. And well, they also did that shit to me. Active Call of Duty, and I was like, you know,
sorry, you
Ronald
just cut
Reagan
out.
has. Oh, sorry. Can you all hear me?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah, you're just cutting out a little bit.
Yeah, no, that's what they did. That's what they did. Activision, when I interviewed them for Call of Duty Cold War, and they showed Ronald Reagan, and I was like, "Wow, Ronald Reagan in really, really super high def." Do you realize that a lot of people are talking about Ronald Reagan these days? What kind of choices did you make for Ronald Reagan? And then they just completely switched up that question to the devs and saying, what kind of research did you do in Reagan and other historical figures? And it's like, that was not my question. And so,
yeah, I remember
sidestepped.
giggling when I saw Reagan come out onto the screen and like all the jokes about like Reagan's gonna send Mason in to drop crack into the inner cities or deploy the AIDS virus or like whatever. Like,
yeah. I mean, once upon a time, there was George Washington was a character in an Assassin's Creed game, and there was a crazy "what if" campaign. The tyranny of Washington. What if he became the king?
Great.
That's legitimately great.
I did a piece last week about the 5 best presidents in video games. Number 1, of course, was
Michael Wilson.
Michael Wilson of Chaos, of course.
I remember the timing was so perfect because you had put that article out, and then I announced that you were coming on the podcast, and some people didn't know who you were, so they went and found your Twitter, and then that was the article you were pimping, and then they got to the end and saw Michael Wilson's number 1. Okay, no, this guy's cool. He gets it.
Yeah, it's my gamer cred. Like, yes, I have many times. I'm a FromSoft OG, so please do not front.
God, what was that game?
I did not know that George Sears's fucking swords were named Democrat and Republican.
Yeah.
I did not know that either.
Yeah, they were. Yeah, they were. Absolutely. Yeah. Yep. Sterling put that out.
Of all the things I know in MGS2, I'm surprised I never figured it out either. That's amazing.
God, fuck. There's a game, and I don't remember what it's called. Liberation Maiden for the 3DS. I'll fight for my people. The anime girl is the president of the United States.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
And she gets in her suit ship robot, and she shoots and fucking shmups to save the day.
Oh,
Liberation
I missed it. That sounds perfect. Wow.
Yeah. Damn. That fucking just waves of that. Yep. Anyway. That thing deserved that franchise deserved a bit more from Grasshopper.
And we do need an anime go president though. Someday.
Well,
a VTuber as president.
In the future of Guilty Gear lore, there is in the filibuster continuing, the 75th president of the United States, Erica Bartholomew, is an anime girl that leads the nation of America before Vernon takes over, you see?
This is going to be a good series. I can tell already.
We're going to get into it, baby. The Chip side story where he hangs out with the president, since he wants to be a president himself. So, yeah. Look forward to more Guilty Gear lore. We'll crack that nut open and discuss the butterfly and her gale. Coming soon to Wooly Versus. That's what you signed up
Guilty Gear lore seems as impenetrable to me as Fate Grand Order lore.
It's about the same.
They seem like the same thing, and I'm sure they're probably in the same universe.
It's just more rock music, but it's the same thing. Yeah.
But I'm doing my best, and so far people have been happy with the results, and I've been hired to explain this shit to you, so that's what I'm gonna do.
There's something about a franchise that even though they put like an encyclopedia in their games about the lore, they're like, we need to hire somebody to explain this to people. Can't be internal. No one in here in the company can do it. We have to go get somebody else.
Like, you're not gonna go fucking listen to an audio drama in the back of an HMV somewhere in Japan to find out the truth about Slayer founding the Assassin's Guild? What the fuck? You're not gonna do that. Let me do it for you. Help me help you. All right.
Oh, fuck everything.
What?
Capcom literally just put out a fucking statement about Lady Dimitrescu.
Okay. Go on.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tomonori Takano, art director on Resident Evil Village. I wanted to use this opportunity to publicly reflect on the outpouring of positivity we've received from the fans on our latest announcement. As a rep of the development team, thank you to all the fans who continue to follow us. Most recently, Lady Dimitrescu and her daughters have received a fair amount of attention, far more than we anticipated. It's great that they're able to take the spotlight as icons of Resident Evil Village. Lady Dimitrescu especially has received much fanfare both domestically and overseas, which has made all of us in the development team extremely happy. I hear her height is something of interest, and the following is in bold. If you include her hat and high heels, she is 2.9 meters, approximately 9 feet 6 inches tall. These bewitching vampiric characters are relentless in their pursuit of Ethan, and I can't wait for you to meet them yourselves when you enter Castle Dimitrescu in May. They absolutely fucking made a press statement to let all the thirsty big mommy milker people know exactly how many inches that big woman is.
To clarify how much woman she is. I love it.
Yes, in a subtweet. P.S. Please send us all of your porns. Zip them up in a folder and send them. We are very interested and we would like to collect them. Thank you. Yoko Taro has balls and no one can say he doesn't. God bless that man. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right. He did do that.
Yoko Taro came out and said, "I love this 2B hentai. Keep making it and please send them to me."
What a there's like a
fucking hero, champion.
We now have a full spectrum of how to deal with the community thirsting over your bullshit. You have the Yoko Taro all the way on one side going, send me that shit. You've got Capcom going, hey, everybody, here's some stats you might want to know about just in case. And then on the far-ass side, you have the Bowsette Nintendo shit, which is...
Yeah.
What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about. No, the hat only works on Toadette. It only works on Toadette. Don't know what you're talking about, though.
Man, Bowsette. Now, to be fair, Bowsette was never real, right? That was not a character that people got after because it existed. Like, it never existed. But it is the same idea, though.
But if Nintendo did go either route of Capcom or Yoko Taro, then we would get at least a Bowsette render, right?
If Nintendo had a Yoko Taro, at least one Yoko Taro-esque person working there, you would have seen a Bowsette fucking downloadable game in like 6 months.
Or at the like you said, like a render, at the bare minimum, like something. That's how you
anything.
Capitalizing on the hype train. But
I mean, Resident Evil's always been pretty sexy though, Ada Wong. And
it's always been pretty sexy and hilariously sexless.
Yeah. Because Leon never gets laid.
Yeah, I think Nintendo is content to completely keep their games as child friendly as possible, but every once in a while slip in Peach in a motorcycle outfit for Mario Kart. Or other little things here and there where it's like, you didn't expect it, but here's Zero Suit Samus. Anyway, don't worry about that. Nintendo, and you're like, okay, but you did it. Yeah.
So straight up, a friend of mine just got emailed by fucking Robinhood telling them, no, we quote, we didn't want to stop people from buying stocks, and we certainly weren't trying to help the hedge funds.
No,
and it's
sir.
like this big, begging apology letter.
Yeah.
It's fucking embarrassing.
Great. You can go see some wonderful CEO interviews with them, too, with the dude getting on there and being like, nah, promise, swear. I'll say this as we go. In Canada, we don't have Robinhood, but there's another major app called Wealth Simple. And to their credit, they came out and put a statement out that basically said, hey, lots of crazy stuff going on with the stock market recently. Just so you guys know, well, we're not going to restrict anything or stop anything from going through. But if you've never done this before, you should know this and this and this. And here's some info about how to, do more secure investments. And here's some info about what this means. And
nice.
Here's a place you can call. We can help you figure out all of this stuff if you're getting into it for the first time. Make your own decisions, but here's some resources if you don't know too much. And then that was it.
That's appropriate, because it's like 100%. You look at this and you go the data and you're like, let's not go crazy. You can totally broken yourself doing this shit if you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah. Just they came out with a
reasonable.
very responsible message that just was like, yeah, this is nuts. We know. Here, if it's your first time, we can help you out with that, and that was about it. So cheers to that with Canada, which were otherwise pretty rough on that whole thing, because Canada's like hyper regulated in a lot of ways, where like some banks literally will not let you even go crypto, for example. Like there are banks in Canada that are like, you cannot transfer your money over to crypto directly through us. You have to find some other person to do it, because fuck you, So sometimes it's great, sometimes it sucks, but that's what it is. Anyway, we'll leave it there, folks. Again, thank you for hanging in there. It's quite the accomplishment to hit that 4-hour mark with us, and you're still doing it. So sorry that these things can go long and exhausting, but it was a great
I don't know, man.
Time having
Gene
you on.
does like real work.
I know.
Not
It's
today,
just
apparently, but hey, I appreciated being part of the Woolly Buster today. So that was, that was
no
good fun.
problem. No problem. Thank you for listening while Pat walked away during my Guilty Gear Overture segment.
I can still hear you in the headphones no matter where I am in the house.
Yeah, I know.
But I want to point out that when you were about 15 seconds into your Guilty Gear shit, I was pissing.
Okay. All right.
It helped me go, because when I think about Guilty Gear Overture, I'm like, I need to pee.
Just gets the
I need to
bladder
exhume
going.
some liquids out of his body.
The fight or flight
Yeah.
response kicks in.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right. Take care, everybody. We'll see you next week. Peace out.
Thanks for watching, chat. Take care, guys.